Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 9 of the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Go Ask Alice, and we've got ourselves a matchup, to say the least. Two teams that are a little down on their luck, I guess you could say, and looking to maybe gather themselves a victory. One of these teams, their third, and one of them, their first. So, pretty big matchup for them here.
I'm excited to see if this is John Wood CC's last game of the season. This could be their win. They could turn it around, at least take out one with them. So I'm kind of rooting for John Wood CC just because I love an underdog.
Yeah, you kind of root for the underdog in most scenarios, but obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. Some mean CSUDH hasn't necessarily had the best season either. only winning out in 2 games and losing 6, but at least they played all their games. None of them were really forfeit losses. Same thing with John Wood. You at least have them playing their matches. And that's more than a lot of teams can say. You have a lot of teams that their only losses are forfeits because they just couldn't make it or something comes down. So I'm glad to see, despite these teams being down on their luck, they're still playing it out and doing absolutely everything they can to continue to play out this season in the best capacity, because it's going to be a great end of the season. We got playoffs coming up. We've got so much good content for you guys here in the NECC. I am so excited for it.
Speaking of excited, the map picks for tonight, I'm really excited about. I know we don't have a lot of Icebox enjoyers on our staff, or maybe even the players, but we're going to see Ascent first, Haven second, and if I'm super lucky, we're going to see an Icebox match 3. Not a lot of teams pick Icebox. I think there's only been 3 games so far played in the NECC of teams who've picked Icebox. But if we can make it to a game 3, we'll get to see a 4th, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I love Icebox. It's just the greatest map ever made. I can't over exaggerate in any capacity whatsoever just how much I enjoy Icebox. Now, Icebox is one of those maps that it feels like it could be really fun, but a lot of teams know, and it's a difficult map. I think that everyone that at least casted were aware of, to a degree, the difficulties that is Icebox. I mean, mid is such a solid position to try and take advantage of, and obviously when you're playing over and you're heading over towards A and you're heading over towards B, mid is still way more pivotal in every engagement than you're more likely going to see in a lot of maps. I think one of the only maps you typically see mid kind of have more control over and more emphasis is probably going to be splits. I think that mid control and split can be pretty important, but beyond that, I mean, it just seems a little lackluster for some of the other maps in comparison, and Icebox is such a difficult map fragging-wise that a lot of teams just don't like it.
Definitely. A lot of teams haven't really put in that much prep work on Icebox because, as you were saying, just the mechanical difficulty of Icebox due to a variety of factors, mainly the verticality of the map in combination with the amount of angles that you have to either hold or be cognizant of, make it really difficult for teams who don't have really experienced or excellent team play to kind of work together and get those frags that are a little easier on a map that teams are more familiar on, like Bind or Haven.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things you got to keep in mind here for Ascent is, while mid control isn't exactly the most pivotal thing, it's still really important. Take control of that fountain, and you've got yourself a really good control when it comes to actually pushing into the objective. You've got a great way to rotate. You've got a great way to position yourself. So some early picks for the defensive side or attacking side that is going to rotate. Taking mid, really, there's no losses. There's no negatives when it comes to Ascent, but at the same time, it's not as structured. It's not as, the most important factor like you see in some other maps. So I'm going to be interested to see what we are going to see coming through in terms of the agent lineup. Already an Omen's been locked in. We already see Arena as well being locked in, and we see another Silva here coming out as well. So interesting agent lineup. I think that Arena is pretty positive coming in. On the attack defense, you may be a little bit less structured. You may see a little bit more presence on that B site holding in and trying to take control. And we do see the Cypher. That's going to be B site that can be hold solo with just that. We're going to see if they're capable of that.
Definitely. You might have expected to see some teams trying to experiment with the Viper after her recent buffs. She can be super strong, especially on a map like Ascent, where you have a lot of interesting Viper lineups that you can throw out, but it looks like both teams are going to go for more traditional controller picks. One Mad Bad Dog is already locked in the Omen, Twisterman hovering the Brimstone. You probably expect to see maybe a Sova or Sentinel coming in on the side of the attackers here as they kind of try to finalize their lineups.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you see Riley over there with the Sova. And Sova arrows can be so impactful when it comes to this. I mean, even just taking control of Pizza, launching an arrow over, if you're an attacker, launching an arrow over and really setting it over into a boathouse, into, on site towards staircase. There's so many nice Sova bolts that can come through. I saw a cheeky one over on, the king of clip sites on Reddit, right? And I saw a cheeky clip that was coming over from B main, from B lobby, and they launched a Sova bolt, a 1-2 wombo combo bolts that could kill a player on B stairs, and it was so cool to watch, because I'm sitting here like, I will never remember this, actually how to do it. I'll remember, like, what it looks like, because I will talk about it in moments like this, because that's why I'm on Reddit. But I'll never be able to accomplish that, that's for sure.
Yeah, you expect both teams to be normally would have a Sova on a map like Ascent. I think Ascent is a map that really benefits from champions like Sova and Cypher who can get information about where the rotations are in a map like Ascent, but we only see actually Dominguez Hills is the only team that's using Sova, so you expect that to be a pretty significant advantage for them unless John Wood CC can make the Breach pick really worthwhile, because they are going double duelist on top of the Breach, so their attacking side should be their strongest, so we have to see what John Wood has to offer. As it looks like they're going to go for a pretty traditional A split on this first round.
You're going to see whether or not they can take full advantage. It looks like the defense was opting to maybe put some presence over towards Puppy and maybe fighting in that direction, but doesn't look like the action's actually going to be dropping over there. One player coming up. Reach will find the kill with the Ghost, and Shan is now relegated to a death pool and now a 4v5 really early on in this round.
John Wood with the advantage. That's 5 members still left alive on this pistol. Green takes a little bit of damage, but isn't actually going to get taken out. They do have their Devour up if Rain is able to get an assist or a frag as they go rotate towards this mid side.
You have to worry about actually pushing inwards. You've obviously lost a player, and you're going to be able to find a consolation kill. Reach will not be able to reach out much longer. They'll find one of the round and now be felled, and they're going to be a rotate that's now going to come towards B. But you have that Cypher who's able to cut off sight lines. The smoke pretty detrimental with the audio cue as well when you step out. But Green stepping through and finding a kill. And now as the flashes will come out from the opposing Phoenix, it's not going to matter. Babe will find one under Twister Man, but Green finds one Mad Bad. And now you've got yourself in a 2v3. Green still holding strong, overhealed as of the moment, but still trying to punish the opposition. Not looking like it's going to work out too well because this is a post-plant scenario, and Finner is making it even worse, finding Riley.
Last member left alive, Bay V, curveball in hand, flashes out, doesn't quite get anyone. That's going to be a 3K coming out for Green as John Wood CC takes their first round, and a little bit of Nova rotate coming out of Dominguez Hills there. We had, I think, almost all 5 players already towards this A and mid side, giving up B completely, and John Wood CC, to their credit, was able to capitalize on that, and that's going to be the first round going their way, and now it looks like they're going to convert that into a buy round.
Yeah, taking a look at the economy right now, not hot, never is, it's round 2, but like at the same time, you can kind of force yourself in an SMG buy if you win out the round. You can say, hey, I get a little bit of pocket change in hand, I can kind of work with it. Green, who had the most pocket change in hand with 3 kills to go, is finally going to pick up a buy. It's going to have some substantial cash behind them, a full armor, and pick up the Spectre as well. They're going to take a pretty aggressive stance towards this A side.
The clear's coming out. John Wood CC looks like they're going to push A main, but they're actually going to rotate out. But there are already 4 defenders from Dominguez Hills on this A side. Luckily, I think we already have one of the defenders going to be rotating back through spawn, so not all is lost, as it looks like John Wood CC is going to head up through this mid right now.
Yeah, CSUDH trying to look for an option. They'll try to find it, but Green will deny it. It's going to go the other direction. A Reach will also find one as well. One Mad Bad Dog now felled, and you've got another one who's going to fall. Bay V not looking so hot right now, but Green is, as they're going to continue on this dominant reign. Reach finding Riley, and it's just the last player remaining here, and it looks like John Wood is going to start hunting. They're looking for the last player, just trying to find the kill, and they're going to find it. Green will secure it in a flawless round 2.
Another 3K coming out from Green here. You do expect John Wood CC to pick up that round, as Dominguez Hills did a full save, so they're not too worried about it now. They're going to have a full rifle round under their belt. They need to lock down their sights just a little bit more. I think they're giving a little too much credit to John Wood CC's executes, maybe because they have the breach and they're scared of these really fast pushes, but the last 2 rounds, Dominguez Hills has kind of over-rotated, and John Wood CC, to their credit, been playing really slowly, waiting out their utility, and doesn't have any problems just rotating out and taking mid control instead.
Yeah, you're going to take a look now. You're going to be able to see the defense finally opting to put some weapons in their pockets and looking for an opportunity up top. Tagging as the recon bolt finds. They'll clean up 2 in the process and now step away, but they won't get away with their life. Reach will be able to find their reach into a kill, and now as Green's going to throw out the Leer, looking for a crossover towards the mid-courtyard side, heading up catwalk, maybe fighting towards Pumpy and Tree. But Shan's also on the lookout, trying to step away, maybe make their way back towards guarded, but this massive man disadvantage now for the attacking side is going to play roughly into their favor if they cannot choose a site to act on, and it looks like they're trying to step in now. Player looking through smoke. Twister Man has positions, and they're trying to go out. Recon Bolt will find one. Another one through a smoke. This is just categorically insane. They'll find one, and Riley will find another and Reach, the last player standing, able to find a refrag on Riley, but it's not looking hot because Kanbare is there to clean him up.
What a beautiful use of these Sova recon darts in combination with this Jet gameplay to pick up those opening frags. That was huge. Jet dashed up or updrafted into the smoke. The recon dart spotted 2, and then they get 2 for that. And then another kill just due to the recon dart. And now we're already seeing why Sova is such an essential pick on a map like Ascent. There's so much information to be gained and even fragging potential. So really well played there by Dominguez Hills as they pick up their first round.
Yeah, you need to be able to get yourself in a little bit more positive. Of course, they did have the better weapons, right? You're kind of forced, especially in a flawless round when none of you lose your SMG soft buy, your mid buy. You're going to be facing off against rifles. It's not going to bode very well for you, so kind of take that one on the chin. Don't worry about it too much. Now, both sides are going to be coming in full force with rifles and full armor. And it's going to be a fair fight all across the board. Green denying out a recon from the inside towards the side of Fountain. But no one's aggressively taking a stance. It looks to be more focused towards A, however, on the attack.
John with CC really slowing down their attacking side here, just playing a pretty defaulting style, already rotating back through this spawn. The Cypher, though, still is on this B site, full utility on the site. So if John with CC decides to execute here, Dominguez Hills is going to know. And it doesn't look like any of Dominguez Hills is actually going to push out to get info here, so they're all just playing really defensively and trying to get a pick.
Shots connecting from the outside. They're trying to go towards bottom mid. It'll find some damage, but not enough to kill. Boombot coming from reach, maybe looking forward as Riley's going to be forced away as well. Ult comes through, but it's not going to matter. Denied and refragged out by Green. And now Shan's able to find it onto Fenrir. It looks like attackers have managed to gather themselves control of sight, but those Sova bolts are dealing a little bit more damage on top of the initial fight they had to step through, but Green looking to punish forward, trying to make a play. Riley will find one instead of the Twister Man, spraying and praying, and not enough. Andy will find one, but now they've got to fight off against three. Finding another, a 1v2. Can't find any others as one mad, bad dog will find it instead, and it's a now defensive round victory back-to-back.
Valiant attempt by Andy there to try to clutch up 1v3. Not the easiest thing to do in the world. Dominguez Hills played a pretty excellent retake there, played really patiently. And the headshot onto reach there when they pulled out the showstopper, absolutely devastating. Really kind of shut down John Wood's attack there. And another round going the way of Dominguez Hills.
Looking very positive right now. Back and forth action. It's exactly what you want to see. They're neck and neck right now on this map. And it's a little bit different. I mean, honestly, the last time I casted Valorant here for the NECC and I saw this map, it was a very close victory when it came onto Icebox, which was map 1. And then second map was a blowout from one side, and then third map was a blowout from the other side. It was interesting to see. It was so flippy-floppy in every single direction. This one being a little bit more fair. You like to see that one, and I want to see it continue in this direction.
Shan has the operator. I like what Sean's doing here right now. Peeking B main, finding no one actually attacking in that site, so now rotating positions, trying to relocate and have this advantage of the op. Doesn't actually quite land the shot onto Green, though.
Difficult position, getting shot from bottom mid. They also have an operator in position as well. Could be a bad situation for the attack if they get a little bit too aggressive here. Green's maybe looking for an overextension to come through, but John Wood's doing a good job of not losing any players as of the current moment, and that mid control can only be gathered on Catwalk because any other play towards that fountain is going to be absolutely denied by that operator.
John Wood needs to be really careful here. They are on a save round, so they have pretty close range weapons. So if they're going to play this defaulting style and peek these long angles, they are going to get outgunned. But it looks like we're finally going to see some form of execute onto this A site. Hopefully they go quickly enough that they don't get punished by the weapon disadvantage.
Smokes will go out. Looks to be a contestation now into the A side. Reach going in quite aggressively, and now a stun coming through. Twisterman starting the plant, but Bayv looking to punish. He'll drop his ult, but it's not going to matter. Run it back doing nothing. Shan with an operator kill to Andy, and now trying to punish. There's another one. The Blades have come through, finding their third, trying to punish in hell, but Riley will find it. And the last player sitting inside Wine, Fenrir, looking to try and find one, gets one. They've stepped through. They've gone the other direction. Maybe able to find another. Denies the defuse, but it doesn't matter. He'll get got in the end, but it looked to be pretty close.
Not a bad round for John Wood CC. They were on a kind of half-buy save round. Two of their members had rifles, but they got plant down, and they took a couple of guns off of the side of Dominguez Hills, which is kind of all you can ask for out of a save round, but beautiful retake by Dominguez Hills. Sean right now playing so well, not only with the operator, but also while using his knives. It's just really well done, and it's going to be pretty difficult for John Wood CC to play against this operator unless they're utilizing their utility to push the jet off their angle.
Yeah, now we take a look at the economy. You still have the operator coming through, and they're absolutely popping off. Not just with it. We saw the Blades come out. We saw the attempts, and I'm really honestly surprised that they didn't find the 3. They weren't able to clean up Riley in hell. It was stolen from them. Could have been the 4K, and and unfortunately doesn't happen. But Boombot coming through, a push coming in swiftly into B, a Lear coming out from green, and that Cypher smoke making a lot of audio cues. Rushing in quickly is Reach, maybe overreaching and overextending, and it's going to be denied. Now Twisterman will be felled first, and now Fenrir falling apart now as the attack is just succumbing to the absolutely dominant defensive hold.
Beautiful hold. Sean, despite missing the first shot into the B main, doesn't actually get punished for it. And John CC used a lot of ultimates there. They used not only the Rolling Thunder, but also the Orbital Strike from Brimstone. So now they're down to really important ultimates for them. They do still have Killjoy locked down, but they are forced on another save. And John CC hasn't actually picked up a gun round yet. They won the pistol and they won the bonus, which is great, but they haven't quite found a way to break into Dominguez Hill's defense, and they're going to need to change something up. If not on the save round, then at least on the next round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, one side looking a little bit more dominantly. Riley's picking up the operator now, which is a little bit interesting. They're switching it off of their Jet player and now kind of relying on another one to play for it. Maybe the Sova can, spice things up in the right direction. I mean, there's not been any problem so far for the other player, but I don't know, maybe they want a difference maker, and this might be it. Playing now from the bottom mid. They'll find a kill. Reach is now felled out, and another one will fall. Green not able to find the kill. This save, this soft buy is not working out in this attacking side's favor.
Neural Theft coming out, gonna give away the positions of the last members left alive of John Wood. A flash coming out, Twisterman trying to hold an off angle, but one Mad Bad Dog already takes out Fenrir, making it a 5v2. Bombs in the middle, gets tagged by the recon dart. Last member left alive gets the first shot, but not much else after that.
Not looking hot right now. Defense on an absolute tear, and most FPS games that are sided like this, it's usually defensive sided, you would say, typically speaking. You have the ability to anchor up and play, but maps or games like CSGO and Valorant, very split. So you have the objectives that are so far apart from each other. Attack can just come in with 5 players, and then now that defense, if they're not able to deny that, they got to play a post-plant scenario, which is obviously more favored to the side that's going to be able to anchor, which is your attacking side. And right now, defense doing a very nice job of denying any plant to come through from this attack.
Dominguez Hill's looking really strong right now. They did actually stack 4 members on this A site, however, but John Wood CC, all 5 members are in this B main. They're throwing the Sova through CT to try to rotate and meet the push, but actually, I don't know if John Wood CC is going to commit to this. Looks like they're just going to try to fill it out, get some util out, and maybe not the end of the world that Dominguez Hill stacked for A.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're trying to have all those players, they're able to make some rotates in due time, but one Mad Bad Dog still holding pretty far away, just 1 ult point away from dropping the ult. Could make the rotate if that's possible. You do not have the orb. I don't believe you have the orb, at least, available to you as well. So could be an interesting predicament because they'll have to make the full rotate away. But Reach is also coming up as well, coming over towards that A side. And they're going to be able to throw a smoke over towards mid as the Cypher one will be, relegated to having to wait it out. But it looks like the attacking side here still wanting to play an attack B side. John Wood not looking to step away. They're maybe putting some presence toward this mid side, but it looks like they just want to put some congestion towards bottom mid to just get a better flank onto B.
The Boombot is going to drive out Gambare from his location, and he's going to get flashed. The Killjoy lockdown does go down. Green gets the first pick onto Sham, which is going to be huge, but it looks like they're unwilling to commit, and Gambare does get taken out, though, so it's going to be a 5v3 and a pretty difficult retake, if you ask out of Dominguez Hills.
I mean, any retake's going to be difficult, but a run it back now taken out, and Andy's still holding strong, certainly sitting inside Pizza. Will try to get some stuns across to escape to a better position. We flashed at the last second. Seems to have escaped to their safety net, but a 3v2, now a 3v5, now a 2v5. It's going to make it even more difficult. Defense, just as I'm talking so high and mighty about them, looking like the Giant will be felled. We've got a David and Goliath kind of situation, and David managed to find the Achilles heel of the opposition. Bayv will be fallen, but Riley finds out Green, but it's not going to matter for too long. Riley will fall an operator now, more than likely in the hands of this attacking side. John Wood bringing themselves back into this one.
I was going to criticize John Wood for playing so passively when Dominguez Hills hasn't proven a single time to really push out of their defending spawn, but I guess I was proven wrong. Dominguez Hills, in not pushing out and not risking getting picked off by John Wood holding these default positions, they're not getting any info. They had no idea where John Wood was really going to execute. They knew that they weren't up into A main, but other than that, not a whole lot of info coming into the side of Dominguez Hills, so John Wood able to have a really great execute through mid and A and a fantastic take, and hopefully they can keep it up and tie up the half.
Yeah, John Wood's looking to continue to punish. You've got Reach now in this operator. Could be pretty devastating because they haven't bought one for the CSUDH side. Flash coming through, but they're going to play aggressively, finding it with the Phantom Green. Now out for the count, and Reach in a bad situation, trapped inside of Link. It looks like the Boombot will be thrown out to maybe buy some time. One mad Bad Dog should have had the kill, but Andy will find it instead. Now at 11 HP and a 3v3 underway.
Shan gets another kill, a triple kill coming out, and the breach is so low on the side of John Wood. CC, Twisterman peeks Shan. The 4K though from Shan. Can he make it the ace? And he does get the ace, and a beautiful play from Shan there through pushing through the spawn. Picks up the first ace of the series.
Absolutely, just the pinnacle of playstyle right there. Able to find an ace here in round 9 nonetheless. It's pretty early on into this one in the first half. You know, maybe they just got comfortable really quickly in this. Maybe they've been playing a little bit of A-Labs, or I don't know, maybe they've just been in the you know, whatever, you know, practice grounds we have here on Valorant. I can't remember the name. I play too many other video games. So there's like 20 billion names for them. But maybe there's been really, you know, cracked on the sticks today because they are absolutely feeling it. They've been feeling it the entire time. They were doing phenomenal, and right back to it. They're going to bring out the operator again. Shan has looked hot this entire time and has continued to. And this attacking side of John Wood has had no answers for him.
Someone needs to change something up. I loved what Dominguez Hills did last round, and they actually pushed out of this B main and got a couple of picks. You saw Shan pushing out of A spawn and getting picks as well. So if Dominguez Hills continues to switch up their playstyle, John Wood CC looks a little lost here. Not like they have a really solid idea of how they want to execute onto these sites.
Ooh, Green now finding a kill all the way towards Puppy. Bad dog indeed. Not be able to stay alive in their home ground of Puppy, but Riley finding one to make it up. Andy will be out for the count, and that ultimate will not be available for this attacking side. Rush coming through quickly. Shan finding Green. A rush coming through. It'll be gone. Para finding 2 on a reach and twister before falling to Fenrir. And now a 1v3. Not looking so hot as of the moment. Fenrir trying their best. Still holding strong in the bottom of the A site. Will pop the switch to maybe play it out. Bay V looking for a chance. Gonna deny any probability of it. And Shan, who's a little bit low. Oh no, misses the shot, and Riley will not. Fenrir felled. And another defensive round victory.
A good opening pick coming out on the side of John Wood CC, but Gambari, to his credit, held down that site. 2v1, gets 2 picks. He does eventually get taken out by the third player of John Wood CC, but when you're gonna get 2v1 by the Sentinel who's just anchoring on the A site, that's devastating. Dominguez Hills, we have already proven they are so good at this retake, even with Shan on the operator, which is a more immobile weapon, right? And a weapon that's very difficult to retake. Has been proven that he can just hold an angle, hold the bomb down for his site, and that's going to be the 7th round going the way of Dominguez.
Looking very hard right now. Not very many more to go to guarantee success in this half, and I don't know, maybe they'll be able to find the same level of success on attack, but if they can't, then it may not bode well for them. But Bad Dog holding strong, able to deny out a utility from the Killjoy, but the push that seems to come near Pizza will not matter. Shan finding out Andy, and a 5v2, and Shan finds a Colat, now felled by Fenrir. It looks so hot, but it will not matter. Fenrir finds their second to Riley, can't find the third, and it's gonna go once again in the defensive round favor. A collateral, they are looking spicy. Clip the entire match because Shan is unstoppable.
Shan, 19-5. The next highest member in the server is his teammate, the Sentinel, at 10-6, and on the other team, 10-9. Shan is playing phenomenally here. Even when he's forced off of his position with the operator, getting the collat through market is just insane. It shows he's really cognizant about his angles where he's getting peeked from, and he's performing exceptionally. I do want to point out, though, Riley on the Sova has 18 assists. 6, 7, and 18 assists. That's 24 kill participation in this game that's only been 11 rounds so far.
Oh my goodness, that's disgusting in its own way. I mean, obviously we call out Shan, but Riley with 18 assists is another just spectacle. There's nothing more to say about it. It's like it's so difficult to even participate in that majority of fights. You have to be there for nearly every engagement. And it seems to be that's exactly what happened. Baby finding a kill through a smoke, and Riley will find their own onto Andy. And now a 5v3. Attackers falling out real shortly as Riley connects with the Hunter, finding one. Shan will be felled by Fenrir, who collects onto 2. And now they'll be taken out as they try to step away. Not gonna matter. Defense winning yet another round.
9-3 half for Dominguez Hills in their favor. And to be fair, most maps pretty defensive sided. You usually expect to see Haven go 7-5, maybe even 8-4, but 9-3 is going to leave John Wood CC with very few margins of error, right? If they drop the pistol round and then the bonus round, they're only 2 rounds away from losing the game. So they really need to tighten up on their defense. I hope they get a mental reset in, but Dominguez Hills has looked so on point. Shan definitely feeling himself. And the rest of the members, as we talked about before, lots of assists coming in, no one really underperforming, and Dominguez Hills is really posed to win this game so far.
Looking spicy, looking absolutely with everything ahead of them. I mean, an 18 assist player who also has 8 kills now for themselves. You got Riley, and then you've got Shan, the wombo combo, the dynamic duo to come through and find absolutely everything. And it's just seems like they have. I mean, what else can you say? Lining up now, Green seems to get some shots off, but it's really not enough. But it's going to be difficult. That flash coming through, Baby looking to hunt inside a tree. It'll be Gonbarel who falls one originally, but Bad Dog will be felled by Green. Now a second cleaned up. Green will get out into the refrag, and the spike will be planted. Looking hot once again, a 4v3 underway.
4v3, but 2 pretty low health bars on the side of Dominguez Hills. So it'll be pretty even, but Baby gets Andy mid. Utility is going to make it a 4v2 in this retake. Last member left alive and gets tagged by the recon dart. Not a whole lot Fenrir can do here.
Not looking so hot, and unfortunately, it looks like Baby's on the prowl coming up the ramp here towards A Raptors. Do we see a knife? Oh no! They'll find it in the 3rd kill for them. Fenrir gets a blade to the back, and attackers now win another round. CSUDH looking absolutely insane right now. Nothing the opposing team of John Wood can do.
That has to be so tilting if you're John Wood CC. Losing the pistol round on the defensive half means your bonus round's going to be pretty rough. It looks like they're not even going to buy here. They're just going to go for the save. We do see a sheriff being picked up, but this bonus round is expected to go the way of Dominguez Hills. 10-3 already. So that means if they win the bonus round, there's only going to be 2 rounds left for John Wood CC to come back into this game. So they really need to tighten up and start setting up crossfires, just trying to get some guns off of Dominguez Hills, whose gunplay has been pretty excellent so far this game.
I mean, when they fire, they typically don't miss, and while they did miss a little bit there, it won't matter. They'll be refragged out, and now reaching Green will have Fallen Gambara able to find the second on top, and Bad Dog looking to hunt. Shan has to step away, but Bad Dog will clean up where necessary. Andy now out, a 2v4, now a 1v4, and it's once again Fenrir. Can the wolf bite back? You corner a dog, and they're going to bite back. Finding one. Shan will fall, but it won't matter. In the end, the attack once again. CSUDH on a rampage.
To John Wood's credit, they did get a couple of guns off of Dominguez Hills, which is going to be pretty rough for Dominguez Hills in terms of their economy, because John Wood should have a full buy round at this point. I think maybe Fenrir might be a little short, might be on light shields. Yeah, it looks like he is. But that means this round in favor of John Wood CC, just purely off the level of guns they have. So John Wood CC has an opportunity here to get their foot back into the game, but 11-3, Dominguez Hills looking incredibly on fire. So John Wood has to switch something up and just try to pressure Dominguez Hills to find a way to break their defense.
Yeah, we remember that we saw the first 2 rounds go in the attacking side's favor. And while that doesn't necessarily bode super well, it doesn't seem to super matter for them. They don't need to worry about it again. We saw that CSUDH made the comeback once they got their rifles, and they've continued that comeback, only having lost 1 round in between. But a spray from Reach finds 2 narrowly, and Bad Dog and Shan have to do the work of 2, and it'll go through. A rush comes out as well. Twister Man finding, and it's going to go into another. Shan, the last to fall, and you'll finally be able to see the side of CSUDH be able to, I believe, full buy here. And I don't know, Riley only has 2,000. It could be a desperation situation for them. They may need to kind of force it out. I think they will. They've got 4 players already with rifles, and Riley with questions to be answered. Not really sure what they're going to pick up right now, but for the side of John Wood, taking a round is exactly what they need, but Green, who falls, doesn't have enough for full armor.
Definitely going to be a really close round in terms of weaponry here. It looks like we are going to see an SMG and a light shields coming out of some of the members on John Wood, but Twister Man picking up his first 2 kills of the game could be the start of kind of some momentum coming back into, especially on this A-site hold. Nothing but good things happen when your least fragging player picks up a couple of kills, gains some confidence, and maybe has the confidence to play a little more aggressively and peek these angles he hasn't been quite comfortable peeking at.
Yeah, Shan clearing angle right there, looking for a chance, but On the looks of it, there seems to be a pretty substantial hold towards B. They're trying to figure out, maybe collect one pick, play from there. They'll find it. Gambara finding out Green, and now they have that player advantage they need. Andy sitting inside Mark. You got a player holding all the way back towards the defender spawn. You've got your Killjoy player as well holding back. Maybe Fenrir can find an answer, but it looks like a B push will be coming through. CSUDH looking to finish off these last few rounds, and they're looking to punish. We're going to see Run It Back coming through. Now stepping through the doorways of B, pushing out. They're able to take some shots into the smoke, not connecting to Fenrir at all. Switch will be pushed. Run It Back denied as Bay V's will run out. And the plant will come through, and CSUDH going to have a pretty darn advantage here in this post-plant scenario.
Fenrir completely gave up that site. No Killjoy utility was left on there at all, so this is going to be a full retake coming out of John Wood CC here. But Dominguez Hills, their post-plants have looked pretty solid so far, so it's going to be really difficult for John Wood CC to actually get onto the site unless they can figure out a way to get some opening picks here.
Still trying to punish, and no one's been felled so far besides that first initial player. But as soon as I talk about a Castle's Curse raises its head, Twisterman falls by Gambara. Andy taking Shan out for the count. A tit-for-tat kind of trade scenario, but it's not looking like the defense have really a great way to answer it. Bad Dog finding Fenrir. Riley looking like they'll just escape, but you've got a player on the prowl behind. Andy could punish them if they're not aware. And they won't be, seemingly. They're going to spray down, finding one, not able to find the second, but Riley, the player whose economy was already in shambles after that the last round, is going to be felled right at the end, but money still in pocket, can buy this one around, maybe just a consolation kill.
12-4 in favor of Dominguez Hills on their offense. Shan finally hitting 20 kills, 21 kills actually, and there's 2 ultimates on the side of Dominguez Hills. John Woods has nothing. They're by pretty solid. We're going to see Green going without shields and Fenrir with light shields, so a little difficult if that's the site they try to hit, but Dominguez Hills has been looking so strong so far. They've been playing together as a team, and most importantly, they've been getting these opening picks, so you really expect John Wood CC has to switch something up here.
You just see blades coming out from Shan. It'll be a flash, though. Bay V now taken out by Twister, who is just sitting in the bottom section of side. And that ult from Shan not going to matter. Blade Storm now going to be out for the count. You're going to see Ganbara finding 1 kill, but they have only managed to get some sort of control of sight. Your player disadvantage now, and you do have your Cypher ultimate. You can get some view on the opposition. Maybe you'll catch him off guard. You know now where their general location may be, but bad position. Empress comes through. Green will not matter, though. Riley finds the kill despite the leer, but Reach finds Riley. Now a 2v3. They're trying their darndest as Bad Dog is just getting caught off on both sides. Will get a paranoia out. Not going to matter. Andy will take the kill, and it's going to end off with Ganbara falling to Reach.
Really good hold by Andy and Twisterman there on this A site. The Reyna also picking up a kill early. Dominguez Hills just lost a couple of players on their entry to the site. They still decided to commit and got the bomb down, but really good retake coming out of John Wood here. Now some life signs coming back. Dominguez Hills economy is still going to be pretty strong, not going to be totally ruined. They might have 1 save coming in, but really good round by John Wood, keeping their head in this game and keeping their heads in it.
Keeping your heads in it, kind of keep your head high, I guess. I mean, when you've got Riley, who's got 19 assists. Now, they haven't exactly gathered the most assists since we talked about them, and that's unfortunate. They had 18 the last time, and now only have 19, but what can you do when Ganbara and Shan are just stealing all the kills? You don't even have time to assist. I mean, it just isn't exactly what you want, but the Hunter is ready to go on the prowl, and could be the right situation for Riley. They're just looking to, finish this one off strong. And while John Wood has done a good job of keeping it at bay just slightly, I don't think CSUDH is going to be kept for too long.
Definitely not. John Wood, though, has 3 ultimates available for them for whatever Dominguez Hills has to try to entry and try to make their ways onto this site. And there we go. Green gets the first kill into 1-man Bad Dog. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Dominguez Hills to break onto this site as they're really spread apart the map trying to look for picks, but they got picked out themselves, so they're going to have to figure out exactly what they want to do in this round.
And we've noticed that CSUDH really wants to find the opening frag. They want to find that impactful frag to really determine, hey, if we push, we know we have the man advantage no matter what comes across. And they've been denied that. I think that's the big thing for John Wood. If they can deny that first man advantage, then CSUDH is kind of just floundering like a fish. They're not really sure what exactly needs to be done, what the answer is going to be, but that sure as heck isn't it. Shan taken out by Green, and now a two-player disadvantage. Not looking hot for them. They're trying to tag out a player towards defender spawn. They'll take a little bit of damage as well, but the rifle will more than likely win in that situation. Fenrir taking Riley, and Reach taking Gunbara. 1v5, and Andy will finish that one off strong.
A flawless round coming out of the side of John Wood CC, and just a pretty sloppy round from Dominguez Hills. In all honesty, they did play a really spread out defaulting style, but John Wood CC didn't really push out at all. Got 2 opening picks, Green especially on that cap position, getting 2 picks especially of the really high performing players on Dominguez Hills, is just really shutting down their offense. Now Dominguez Hills gonna be on a save. Full gun round for John Wood, 3 ultimates online, maybe the 4th if Renmir could pick up an ultimate or get a kill on the opening take onto B, but it's going to be a rough round for Dominguez Hills, and it looks like John Wood CC has found their footing on their defense.
Yeah, we're going to have to see whether or not the answer can be found. Green starting off strong once again. Bad Dog sent to the pound, and Baby will be joining them. Reach finding another one connecting from bottom mid over towards Link. Twister Man, the person who is actually in college for meteorology, which is kind of coincidental, I guess, for the name, but looking to maybe catch a player off guard, because you do see CSUDH wanting to step towards out of A, and they might try to fake a rotate here. They've made noise as if they are kind of waiting it out, a little bit of silence. I think they are going to step towards mid, because you've got your Cypher player over there, Kenbara, maybe going to step to Tree. Could Green get caught off guard? Could it be the shutdown? Doesn't seem to be. No one's connecting enough shots from either side.
Green really locking down Cat there. Not a whole lot Dominguez Hills is going to do unless they try to flash on. Misses the shot again. Reach takes out Shan, making this a 5v1. As I say that, the 4K coming out for Reach, and an excellent hold on this anti-eco round for John Wood.
Anti-eco. The economy for CSUDH is still just terrible. I mean, like there's really, I was trying to think of a nice fancy word maybe to like flex my vocabulary, and my brain, after being 8 hours for a crime scene lab, not feeling it, not happening at all. So not it, and it's not going to work. I'm just going to stop trying to come up with big words. Even meteorology, I had to actually go into Google and press the, like, read this out to me to make sure I would say it correctly. I wish I was joking, actually, but no, I thought it was funny enough to bring up. But I mean, CSUDH kind of floundering, not sure what they're trying to come up with. They're just not able to find the results they want. Riley still with the Hunter in the pocket. They're going to pop it here finally. They're going to come on swiftly. Shan looking for a kill, finds it under Twister Man. They're going to be checking the clouds for something else, but Green taking out Baby. And Richu's caught inside. Shan able to find it. Boombot will get taken over and does a bit of damage as well, but they're going to be able to survive it in the end. And now you've got a player advantage in this next post-plant scenario engagement.
The Rolling Thunder is available for John Wood if they choose to use it. They have to. This is the last round. They need to go. The Rolling Thunder does come out, pushes them off. Green still has Leers in his hand. Is going to use it to get onto his site, but Shan with a 3K is going to take him out, leaving it to be a 4v1.
Ooh, Riley able to find one. Andy finding two. Shan, who tried to step out, will be taken out, but it's going to be cleaned up in the end. It took a little while in the end, because you did see a bit of a resurgence as 3 rounds back to back will make CSUDH work for it, but in the end, Ascent will go heavily in their favor. Not too shocking after that. It's just splurge of rounds they took back to back, but what is shocking is, taking a look at the scoreboard screen, you've got a lot of red at the top of the screen. Green and Reach in second and third handily, 20 points above the secondary player of CSUDH. Looking pretty hot.
Dominguez Hills had an excellent game there, so congrats to them. The first map, Ascent, goes their way. I think we're going to head it to an ad break right now, but guys, make sure you stay back for game 2 as we go to move on to Haven.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got ourselves map 2 coming up real short. Haven in this wonderful matchup. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Alice, and we've had a pleasure casting map 1. Now heading over to map 2, which she's just thankful it's not Bind.
I am so every time a team bans Bind, I kind of root for them internally every game, especially since we saw really strong Jett and Sova players on the side of Dominguez Hills on Ascent. Those are agents that love playing on Haven. You have the long angles for the Jett on the operator. You have so much information you can gather with Sova recon darts. I'm really excited to see Sean and Riley pop off again. But that being said, Raze is also not a bad pick on Haven, and we do have really strong Reyna and Raze players on the side of John Wood. So if they're looking to get back into this game, Haven might be the map to do it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I guess for you, since you said you kind of root for the team that bans Bind, John Wood, the team that banned Bind, not looking so hot right now. It looks pretty even. I even made the comment, you love to see games that go back and forth, and I guess that is Caster's curse, and unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for them. They will make a bit of a return in the end, and they'll be able to collect a few rounds for themselves, but ultimately, in the end, it's going to go in favor of CSUDH, and quite handily so, 13-7, almost double their scoreline. We're going to see if it has any difference here as we head over to Haven. Sova is such a phenomenal agent pick when it comes to Haven. There's so many good positions on a defensive side to deny default plants onto A and onto B. I mean, quite honestly, we may see Riley pop off not just with 22 or 21 assists like they had. We may see them pop off for 21 or 22 kills.
Hopefully, Haven is definitely Sova's playground. I'm not sure if any of the members on John Wood have a Sova in their lineup, but we've seen teams have been bringing out the breach onto Haven, so maybe they're going to pull that out again. But John Wood's attacking side looked pretty weak on Ascent, so they really need to figure out what they need to change on Haven because they are attacking first again. And that can be quite difficult to be the attacking team first when you attacked the last map and then lost a lot of rounds and eventually the map. If you carry that mental into the second game, it could be really hard for John Wood to come back. So I really hope that they can kind of shake off the first game and get ready to have the map of their lives on Haven.
Yeah, I have a quick little question. So, based off of what you're saying, it's kind of the difference between whether or not John Wood is really down bad right now. You know, are they down bad, or are they trying to come up and find something else? Because if they're down bad, then no cap, they're out, no chance. They're gonna get denied at every angle. CSUDH is gonna continue on their onslaught they brought forward, and I mean, if you can't take Shan out of the table, then you're not taking anyone out of the table. They were on a rampage. Riley assisted basically every single one plus some. I mean, you've got to find an answer to those players.
Definitely. They were such a formidable duo, especially when they were playing together. Green, though, on the defensive Ascent, looked pretty strong. He had a really good grasp of how to hold down a site. Maybe his hands are warmed up now going into this attacking side on Haven. Reyna, a great pick for this map. The flash can go through a lot of the walls. You can get now the devour or dismiss charge off of a teammate's assist. So hopefully Green can kind of step up a bit and be the top frag that I think John Wood really needs here to kind of counter this Shan. If you can shut down Shan, who, as we said this, didn't actually pick Jett, so I'm a little heartbroken. He is going to be switching on to the Raze. But Riley's still on the Sova, still a lot of potential here. But the comps look pretty consistent to how we expected both teams to play.
It's interesting to see Bayv not on, their initial choice, instead swapping. Shan now on the Raze is interesting in its own way. It does hurt. It does hurt inside. My heart is torn in twain, but ultimately in the end, I had a bit of a question. You said that on team assist kills now, dismiss can be procced off of that for Reyna?
Yeah, they did. On the recent change, so they took the amount of dismiss and devour charges she has from 4 down to 2, but they now can be procced off assists. So some people have argued it's a buff, some say it's a nerf. We've seen almost every team I've cast in NECC has still decided to pick up the Reyna because she's so good in team play when you're getting these assists and you're playing as a team and setting up crossfires. So you'd have to ask these players exactly if they think it's a buff or a nerf, but obviously they don't think the nerf's that bad to not pick her anymore, as both teams this time are actually going to be rocking a Reyna.
So you're telling me that Riley could have been playing Reyna the entire time with a permanent charge count.
I think that's actually probably true. I would be really sad if Dominguez Hills didn't opt for the Sova. I think John Wood not having a Sova is going to make this map a little more difficult for themselves than they have to be. But if they can execute off of their breach utility, they do have 2 duelists, so fingers crossed that John Wood can figure out how to crack open Dominguez Hills' defense.
Yeah, crack him open, and you already see Bayvie looking to kind of go on the prowl. They're going in together. It's going to be Shan and Bayvie looking to maybe punish out. Fenrir's turning to maybe look that way as well towards that attacking spawn. Gonna be able to take out one of the tripwires. Now looking to hunt. They're gonna step through. It'll go in Fenrir's favor. They'll find two! Connecting headshot to headshot. The IQ duo. Not enough brains between the both of them to connect with enough shots.
And that is devastating for Dominguez Hills to have your Reyna die so early on pistol round, which is one of her strongest rounds. It's heartbreaking, but Riley takes out the enemy Reyna, kind of evening it up. It's now going to be a 4v2 actually on the side of John Wood as they get control of this A site.
With Reach stealing the 4K from Fenrir. They'll plant though, and now it's just a 1v4. And it's not looking so hot for the CSUDH side. They'll turn Andy's over there. They'll tag each other for a little bit of damage, and Andy's gonna flash out as well, missing shots despite the fact that they were blind, but they'll clean it up in the end, no problem at all. And the first round will go in favor of John Wood, but this is exactly what we saw the game previously on map 1. They won 2 back-to-back and then got swept. Just maybe CSUDH don't have very good pistol rounds.
CSUDH kind of a TSM syndrome here. The pistol round's not looking the strongest. They did look better on their attacking side last map, so hopefully they can kind of shake it off. But John Wood getting the first round is going to be so huge for them to kind of reset their momentum coming off of a loss into Haven. Now they're going to have a pretty decent buy. They're going to go actually... Fenrir is going to pull up with the Bulldog. The rest of the team a little bit of a lighter buy, but this round should go pretty heavily in the favor of John Wood here.
You're already going to be spotted by a spy cam. Will rip that one out, but Fenrir will rip out once again the IQ duo, and again, not looking so hot. Even Pavey saying nice shots. Now you're looking at a 3v5. Could it be a flawless round to come through? Fenrir on the prowl. Got the 3K previously. And now looking to find it again. Reach will find, Green will find Riley. And now a run around. Bad Dog not going to make it as Green collects the double. And it is, in fact, a flawless round.
Fantastic call there, Infernosis, on the flawless round. John Wood looking really strong there with the Bulldog buy from Fenrir. Taking out 2 immediately makes it really hard for Dominguez Hills to have any type of retake, let alone defensive hold on any site, especially a site like E. But now, a full gun round coming out of the side of Dominguez Hills. Actually, an Odin being picked up already for Riley, so that can be really challenging if John Wood decides to go into Garage. Luckily for them, looks like they're going to go for an A hit, so maybe they won't have to deal with it until the post plant.
Looks to be a play coming through. A lot of, a large player stack coming in towards this A side. I guess you can phrase it that way. It's just 5 dudes hanging out, 6 feet apart, but they're all hanging out over towards that A side. Maybe looking for an opportunity to play, but they're still trying to buy time. Riley's looking for a chance to maybe find something with a shock bolt, maybe, find a recon opportunity, but nothing's really coming up so far. And when you take a look up in the map in that top left towards that C site, you've got that solo player, Bayvie, who's decided not to actually just rush down A short, instead actually just defending C alone. Could be a situation where you do see John Wood just rush in and find yet another round victory because they catch that player off guard.
John Wood taking this attacking side really slowly here, playing really carefully. They don't have a Soba like you mentioned previously, so getting information is going to be a little challenging for them if they kind of just have to peek and hope for the best. But it looks like you're not finding a whole lot mid, maybe leaning towards A or towards mid. I don't know. No one's really peeking. Dominguez Hills not peeking either, but the Riley holding the Odin there is actually just going to miss Green going onto the site.
They'll turn, they'll find a kill as well. Green will fall. 3! Finding Andy and Twister Man. Trying to clean up, but can't do it. Reach will instead. Refrag now by Bayvie. And Bad Dog maybe trying to find it, but it's not going to matter. Shan is there, denying any rotate back through that courtyard. In a defensive round win. Riley, who we thought was just going to turn away and not catch anyone, finds 3 in the same spray. Absolutely just obliterates any chance of John Wood to step onto that objective.
And the Odin is such a strong gun. I feel like we need to talk about how the operator got nerfed so hard a couple acts ago, and the Odin didn't really get touched. And I think when you put the Odin in the hands of a decent Sova player, it could be so devastating. Picking up 3 when he was late to re-peek the entry onto B site, and still picking up 3, that feels kind of bad. But to his credit, really well played by Riley there, showing that he can also frag and not just farm assists.
Push seemingly coming towards C, and It'll be a missed opportunity. Finver, however, will not miss. Finding onto Riley.
Ooh.
That Odin player taken out. Enough shots missed. Twister Man will get it done with the stinger. And now you've got a 2-player disadvantage. Your economy is looking at best. But if you lose this round, you lose these rifles, it could be even worse. You'll have 1 round of full, but Bad Dog, who's not looking hot on his economy, is now left alive. He will not be alive for much longer. It'll be Wine finding 1 kill. Ganbara taking 1, or sorry, just say BT. His name is difficult enough to say as it is. I'll just describe it as BT. A Lear coming through. BT caught off guard in garage window, and they'll be caught off guard entirely. Green will connect to the kill. They only found 1 in that entire round.
John Wood looking really solid on this attacking side so far. 3-1 in their favor. To be fair, this is the first gun round that they have won, but still looking really strong. Dominguez Hills, they don't look quite as comfortable on this Haven map. They're not really setting up any crossfires or pushing out of any of these sites, and they're kind of just getting picked off. Hopefully they can figure out exactly what they're doing wrong and shake it off. Dominguez Hills, as we know, have a really incredible fraggers in Shan. So I expect them to bounce back onto their feet, but they're now going to be on actually another gun round coming out. But if Dominguez Hills loses this, it's going to be really bad for their economy.
Yeah, like I said, even, Bad Dog, who was way worse for running the economy, really had to force that one, is going to be unfortunately now stuck on the stinger. And that stinks, because that gun is just atrocious in every single way. I think anyone who's ever shot that thing just knows that it's not it, especially after that substantial nerf. But Riley Hunter finding 1 onto Andy. Did not expect the lightning to come through, and now it seems to be a quick, swift plant coming onto the A sites. And they need to be able to find some more kills, because right now John Wood is just trying to find Green. What the heck was that? Shan stood no chance. Absolutely disgusting.
The headshot through the smoke has to feel really good if you're Green. It's now going to be a 4v4 retake for Dominguez Hills. The paranoia does come out, but no one really pushes with it. Baby trying to get his way onto site actually takes out Green as BT takes out Reach, and now it's going to be a 4v2 in favor of Dominguez Hills.
Still trying to push forward now, coming up that long. Trying to shoot through the smoke. There's 2 players in that direction, but Riley's just sticking the defuse, and in fact is going to get it. And it's going to be a team ace, but nonetheless, Twister Man does manage to find the kill in the end as well, but they're able to stop the bleeding just slightly, get the defuse off, but their economy still looking very poor as of the moment. BT not able to buy basically anything at all with that full armor they have. Riley can force to go for a Phantom or a Vandal here because they do have that 2,900 in pocket, but they're going to go with a Maverick instead, and BT is going to pick up that Spectre and hope for the best.
A really unlucky round for John Wood coming out there despite having the molly on the bomb and spraying through the smoke, not able to actually get the defuser. So pretty unlucky with 2 members left alive getting the defuse off, but well played by Dominguez Hills on the retake. And now looks like John Wood's going to go for some type of C-execute, but they're getting kind of stalled out C-long.
Riley's going to drop the drone looking for an opportunity. He'll tag out 1, and that's going to be that operator player Reach, which could give them information as well as forcing them to step away from that peak they wanted to engage in. But CSUDH still need to get a kill early on. If they can't find substantial damage or the kill, then it could be a dangerous situation as they're looking to push onto this B side. Bad Dog, Trigger Discipline, finds 1, can't find the second. Twister Man on the refrag, but that's enough damage done. They've lost a player, and now they're going to have to think twice about stepping towards that B site.
Looks like John Wood maybe going to rotate through this A. Luckily, Dominguez Hills, their defense is spread pretty evenly throughout the map, though 2 members on this A side are near it, but the sky smokes are going to come down. It's going to be a fast execute by John Wood here.
Green throwing out the Lear, looking to blind over. Maybe we'll see another cheeky smoke kill, but quite frankly, I'm not sure how likely that is because Shan's sitting in heaven. They'll get a kill to Twister Man. Explosive ordnance inbound. And now you're in a man advantage. Recon Bolt swiftly destroyed Riley. Now it's just walking, running, and gunning. Finding 2 in the process of it. Switching now to a main hand weapon. And this operator is looking like it'll find 1. But Baby finding the kill. And they're going to pick that one up and keep it themselves.
Riley really stepping up so far on this defensive half. The top frag on his team has 7 kills, and Shan kind of lackluster on the raise so far. Did pick up another kill this round, but not quite the really oppressive dominance we saw from him on the Jet on the defensive side. So maybe it's just a matter of agent preference or maybe map preference even, but Shan is going to pick up the operator. We know how devastating he was with that on this Ascent map, so it's up to see exactly where he chooses to post up here and if John Wood is going to be confident enough to dry peek it. Hopefully for their sake, they're not.
Difficult situation, tied at 3-3, and I mean, this is one of those things. We saw CSUDH, their economy was in shambles, but they still managed to find 2 back-to-back wins, which brought them back into it. And now John Wood on the other end of it. They've got 3 players who don't even have full armor. Andy only has a ghost. I mean, they're bringing out a 3-rifle setup, and it's going to be a 2-rifle setup now as Green devastated by Bad Dog finding the headshot kill. And Riley has information as well, looking like we're going to see John Wood attempt something, but if they keep getting picked off like this, CSUDH is going to continue to find a spree of round wins.
John Wood has been playing their attacking side so slowly on both of these maps so far, which is kind of interesting considering they do have a Breach and a couple of duelists, especially really high impact duelists like Reyna and Jet, but as Reach peeks down this C, Long Baby's posted up at the corner, and is he gonna peek it? He's not. Baby finally lands the headshot. Doesn't actually get the heal though as he dismisses, so he's gonna be really low.
Difficult situation to be in, a 5v3, and CSUDH looking to put this one into the ground. They don't want any chance. Bad Dog stuck inside garage window. Be able to find one. He got paranoid at 2. Runs out of ammo. Can't find the 4K. And Twister Man won't find anything else either as Shan will clean up. But it could have been flawless. But Bad Dog is bad at counting. And that gun ran out of ammo.
Bad Dog, that was a beautiful paranoia. As an Omen man, getting all 3 and still getting 2 kills. Does run out of bullets for the 3rd, but beautiful paranoia from Bad Dog there. Really solid hold on Garage. Definitely secured them the round. And now it's going to be the 4th round going the way of Dominguez Hills. Luckily, John Wood still has a relatively okay economy. If they lose this gun round, I can't quite say the same thing. But they do have full guns here and 3 ultimates on the board. So this is their round to try to kind of take it back into their favor.
Push coming through, looking like they're going to go towards A. Maybe John Wood have a little bit of a change in heart about what their initial attacking strategy may be. You do see that split coming through. It looks like they're going to put a 3-2 split up short and 3 over towards long, but reaching out, looking for a removal of some information for the opposing side, and the smokes will be dropped in as well, giving BT the information that the team is coming. CSUDH now rotating swiftly to deny this one, but Rolling Thunder coming through, now trying to push onwards. They have a chance to get plant off as Tripwire will go off. Narrowly avoids getting shot by the operator, but a full plant when all 10 people are still alive. A post-plant 5v5.
Gonna be a kind of difficult retake as I say that Reach gets the first kill onto BT, making this a 4v5 in favor of John Wood. They have the advantage here. Fenrir picks up another. The trade does go out, but he's stuck up here in heaven, so not a whole lot he can do. And I say that's now a 3v2.
Bad situation to be in. Badton cleans up on 2 of the players, and now it's Reach. Absolutely just bazooka out. Shan saying, no, we'll clean up even if we have to go all out for it. Absolute, just disgusting. No chance anywhere that they're going to survive it. And we're going to see CSUDH take another round victory. 4 now, back-to-back. A resurgence from that huge loss where they ran a 3-1 at some point in time, now into the 5-3. Man, John would need to find an answer, and it's probably not going to be in this round. They have no money and absolutely mo problems.
Poor John Wood. They used the Rolling Thunder and didn't win the round. I'm not quite sure if Twisterman had his ultimate there, but you have to think that it was kind of gritty to save it if he did have it available for the last round. I was a little critical of Dominguez Hill's decision to just give up the site completely and play a full 5v5 retake, but obviously, Shan, shutting down Reach already. It's going to be a 5v4. Can't even finish my last point about the last round because these guys are ready to already fight it out.
I mean, they're just hunting at this point. Bad Dog on the turn. Takes Green and Andy out for the count. A missed operator shot. Maybo dangerous for the teammate of Bad Dog, but they're able to keep them at bay. Twisterman not wanting to push. Riley will, however. They'll be felled by Finner on the refrag, but ooh, a nice flick won't connect. Just narrowly missing, and Baby will not. Finner now out. Absolutely atrocious from the side of missing the operator shot. I would have loved to see that. Come on, can we get a 6 shot? I just want to see some like phase montage stuff. Like, I want to see something cool here.
Shan does get the actual first pick on that round with the operator through garage doors. Not something we see a lot of operators do is post up there, so credit to Shan for that. But now John Wood has a full gun round. They are going to opt for a Guardian on Reach. Probably due to economy, I don't imagine players actually want to use the Guardian when you can buy a rifle, but there are still 2 ultimates left up for John Wood, including the Orbital Strike, which could be really crucial in taking another round on this attacking side.
Looking maybe to see if John Wood is going to actually peek towards C site. They've only gone there, I believe, twice so far, and it hasn't super worked out for them. It's not really been kind of the play for them. And of course, A hasn't been either, and you can say the same thing about B. None of these sites are exactly what they're looking for at the moment. Maybe they just need to do what we were seeing the opposing side, CSUDH, was doing on map 1, which was playing for that first pick and then acting off of it and acting slow off of it. They'll find the first. Fenrir taking Shan out. A Colat through, but the Hunter, Riley finding Fenrir and punishing a second one. It'll be BT who's fallen. Reach will be able to find the kill with a Guardian nonetheless, and Riley finds the 3K. Baby finds theirs. And now it's just Andy trapped inside window. I mean, just pray. I mean, just hide out, you know, maybe silent as a mouse. Oh, sees the gun. Oh, no.
Andy really wants to save this gun. Their team has a pretty detrimental economy after losing 5 rounds in a row. Looks like it's going to be the 6th. Not a whole lot he can do there. Doesn't look like Dominguez Hills is all too eager to push out and find him. Kind of a weird choice considering they have almost max creds on a couple of their players, but to each their own. Maybe they're upset they lost 2 guns in that round and just want to play it super safe. But Andy going to try his best to save his weapon, but he is going to get tagged by the recon bolt, and the spray comes through. Riley on the hunt. Paranoia comes out. A lot of the utility being used as Andy finally going to get taken out, and that's going to be a 4K coming in for Riley.
I mean, they just let Riley have it, I think. I think Bad Dog was just kind of there like, you got this, bro. I believe in you. You know, I'm here in case things get dicey, but I trust in you. And I said it. I'm just going to say it. Caster's Curse was kind of a real thing for John Wood, but CSUDH have really fallen into that. I said, Riley, maybe this is the map where you're going to see Riley not get 18 assists and instead get those 18 kills. Already at 13, looking absolutely phenomenal. But I think maybe the reason why we've already seen John Wood find 3 rounds is because, hey, they don't have a player dropping 18 assists. I mean, maybe it's just that's what's lacking.
Definitely, and I'll say it once, I've said it once, said it again. It's so hard to play Haven without a Sova. Riley looking so dominant on it, and it looks like there's going to be a full rush through Garage, but Shan's just going to spray through the smoke, gets the headshot on Green, and that's already a member down for John Wood.
Oh man, that Boom Bodge needs an AI update. Not able to find the kill. Bad Dog will though, and Pavey through a smoke finding Reach. Spike will be planted, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter much as Pavey and Shan will finish it off strong. A flawless round victory here as we're going to see CSUDH get their 8th round win.
An 8-3 half. This looks eerily similar to the Ascent game that we watched last game. It was 8-4, so hopefully John Wood can at least pick up one more round. You don't want to go out 9-3. Could be really difficult for them, so hopefully they can pick up a round here. They do have 4 ultimates and a gun round. So this, if John Wood is going to win a map, or win a round on this attacking side, this is it.
Now, I'm going to make a guess here. We're going to see 1 ult. No, we're going to see 2 ults.
Don't say that to me.
We're going to see 2 ults. We're going to see 2 ults. And one of those is going to be BTs.
No.
You know, maybe my caster's curse against them has always been the wrong. So, in fact, we may see all 4, right? I mean, I've only been predicting CSUDH. Green, caught off guard. That one's taken out. Now a maximum of 3 left on the board. BT going through. Reach held as well. Now only 2 remaining. And this may come true for me once again. They're looking to punish. They'll find 1, but Andy will be falling, and it's the last 2 players with their ults left. We may see none. They find Twister. Fenrir, last player standing, and I don't think he's going to get it off. They're looking to punish. He won't. No ultimates coming from him. Absolutely unfortunate for you, Alice. No predictions.
And for Gnosis, totally right. Technically, we're both wrong, but no ultimates being used on your last round of your last round on your attacking side. Definitely not what you want to see. Dominguez Hill is looking absolutely dominant so far on this Haven, 9-3, and now they're on their attacking side. To John Wood's credit, their defense did look stronger on Ascent, but Haven is a map that's relatively attacking-sided. There are 3 bomb sites, so you really only have 2 to 1 defenders on each site. So retakes become a much more of a thing on a map like Haven. And if their attacking side was anything of an indicator of how they're going to play their post plans, I'm kind of worried for John Wood here.
Yeah, not looking so hot. I mean, obviously in this situation, if you're John Wood, you got to find an answer. Maybe you win out pistol rounds again. I mean, that seems to be your forte as of the moment. Maybe you just take another 2 back-to-back and then maybe take an L in the third as they'll have that rifle advantage. But honestly, I think you're going to need to find an answer, and you're going to need to find it swiftly. But Shan coming in quickly, boosting all the way on top in the boombot as well as a supplementary damage addition. But they've got Spike down, and we're at that 5v5 post plant we've already seen twice on the opposing side, and it's already going off. Frenzy kill for Riley. They'll find Green, but there's another player sitting inside a lobby right now. It's Andy, but Baby finding Reach. Andy finding that player BT. And Shan, a trade as you see Shan finds Andy, but it's a 2v3 and not looking so hot.
2v3, low health bar on the raise, but Baby takes out Frenzy, makes this a 3v1. Not a whole lot Twister Man can do here. He's running out of time. He has to make a play now. Picks up the Sheriff, goes for the shot, but just gets mowed down by Baby in the Frenzy. And that's a 3k for Baby, and that's round 10 going the way of dimming his health.
That does not bode well because you lose out on first round, and now the opposing team can buy SMGs if they want to, flush out and have that arsenal in their pocket. I mean, maybe you do a semi-save and then, full a rifle with them, but what's the point? Take that round up. You're only going to be 2 away from that victory point. Take that SMG by full armor. I mean, we see a shotgun coming out as well. Shan maybe hoping for something big. Maybe, in fact, that judge is going to be, judge, jury, and executioner for the opposing side. Man, I'm on A game tonight. I may be tired, but I'm on A game with these puns. But obviously, push coming through. They're going to take C. Maybe they'll have more success than John Wood did.
Oh, Shan already gets the first pick onto Andy, makes it a 5v4 as they run down this C. Totally given up by John Wood here, so it's going to be another retake for John Wood. It's going to be really difficult considering the guns Dominguez Hills has, but Frenmere, headshot with the Marshall, takes out one already.
Oh, that's a dirty shot. I was like, if he hits this, ooh, nailed it, absolutely. The smallest of flicks. It does all the damage in the world. It's all the difference in the world, but you're still in an unfortunate situation, especially when Riley punishes you for missing that first shot. And now Twister Man will be felled as well from within window. Bad Dog getting themselves another kill and outreach with nothing but a Sheriff in hand. Is sitting inside B, maybe hoping to catch a player off guard. You could see BT and Bad Dog stepping through, finding one. Needs to find a second if they want a chance. I think they'll tag out Bad Dog a little bit, but it doesn't look like they'll be given space to get away. 2 players pushing, and Baby will steal it from Bad Dog. And now an 11-3 scoreline.
11-3, the economy on the side of John Wood not looking great. I don't know if you choose to try to force up here or go for a full save for match point, but neither of those are great options. Luckily, Dominguez Hills probably going to bonus the SMGs, so maybe not the end of the world if they do try to force up here, but this is a really tough spot for John Wood to be in. I don't know exactly what they can do here. It looks like they are going to force up. Hopefully they set up some type of crossfires, try to knock down Dominguez Hills, or at least slow them down, because if they give up another round, they're going to be on match point.
You're going to have to worry about this. Baby looking like another push going to come through from CSUDH onto this C side. Green able to connect onto Shan. A very impactful first kill for them. They'll get flashed out. Bad Dog with no retinas to their name and a pretty weak gun as well. It may be difficult, but Riley's able to find a kill onto Andy, and now a 4v4 back to a 3v4. They do not want to give up that one-man lead. Fenrir hitting shot after shot, but Green will not. Riley finds yet another kill.
Still 3 SMGs. Bad Dog already picks up Twister Man, making this a 3v2. The Omen teleport in place gets the 3k. Where did he TP to?
He TP'd on top of himself. He baited the teleport. He baited the teleport. Get 10,000 IQ'd. Bad Dog is bad to the bone. Do not pull something that dirty. Absolutely gorgeous play right there.
Bad Dog has shown such good control of his Omen, especially on this map. The Paranoia into Garage, the teleport in place to bait out, gets the 3k. Excellent gameplay there coming out of Bad Dog, and now that's going to put Dominguez Hills on match point. Full gun round coming out of the side of John Wood. No, on Dominguez Hills, actually. So the buy of John Wood, not the greatest right now.
It's going to be difficult whether or not John Wood is able to keep themselves substantially inward, and unfortunately that recon bolt not able to be shot out, and we'll gather the information. You're going to see them just as swiftly as they attempted to attack C. They're going to do it on A as well. Players trying to come through Ton, and Finra will find the first onto Shan, but this plant can come down, and it will be coming through from Riley. Bad Dog sitting in hell. They could attempt to continue to play out, but we know Bad Dog's been dirty with that fake teleport the entire time. Maybe we'll continue to see that, but it needs to come with an answer from John Woods.
When playing the 5-man retake gets 2 already, so now it's going to be a 5v2. This should be their round to lose. Bad Dog, though, has the right angle, gets 2, doesn't get the third, but now it's going to be a 1v1 on match point.
Riley finding 2 in the end as Bad Dog took 2 of their own. Finding the end, Riley buys the 3K, and it goes. It was so close in the end. John Wood tried everything, and they make a comeback from a 5v2. Bad Dog and Riley, the duo wombo combo. First map of Shan and Riley. Riley never will be outdone, apparently. Oh my goodness. 20 kills to their name. We did see they had 22 assists in the map previously. They didn't manage to break it, but they still got into the 20+ kills.
Can we just talk, though, about how well Dominguez Hill's supportive players have played? Because on Ascent, their Jet definitely popped up. Shan dropped 24 kills, but then you go over to Haven. Their 2 top frags are Sova and Owen, both really control-based agents, and we love to see this excellent type of gameplay. Their command of utility, their ability to actually get frags, the multiple 3Ks from both of these players was just excellently executed by Dominguez Hills.
Yeah, I mean, just everything we were seeing from them was just on point. Even the rounds where we thought it was like, oh, well, John Woods takes us, like that last round, they pull off just a banger of a spree of kills. Mad Dog finding a player through smoke that they spotted, a flick over, finding another one. Not able to find the next, but Riley finds 2 right after. He says, no, I got you, bro. No need. You may fall, but I'm still here. And continues that one on to find the 3K to end it off. It could have gone either way, but Riley in the clutch. Oh my goodness, just nothing. They didn't have an answer to it. An even wider scoreline. It's not what you want to see. Now, I know that you were a John Woods fan because they banned Bind, but do you think they would have done better on Bind? Like, they needed something.
Yeah, I don't know what the solution for John Wood there was. Friendwear, to his credit, did play really excellently on this Cypher, but when if your controller agent, your Sentinel is going to be your top frag, the rest of the team just not performing as well as they should have, and unfortunately for John Wood, that's their last game of the season. They're not going to pick up a single win. Dominguez Hills, though, has to feel pretty good at getting at least a 3rd win in this season. They looked pretty good in this game, so really well played by both teams, but an unfortunate way to go out if you're John Wood.
Yeah, but good news, though, for John Wood. Serious topic here. You've got months to work on it. You've got so much time in pocket. You've got a young school year, a young-aged roster, all sophomores. You've got 2 years plus, and you've got this massive month spree in between the NECC seasons, main lane seasons, that you're going to have so much potential when you come back. There's so much you can work on and progress forward with. You guys can do this. You can go through their community college and No, I stayed in a community college. I know people stay in community college for 3-4 years. I mean, that's a normal thing. Our producer is berating me right now. No, I mean, if you want to stay in and you want to stay in a community college to get your mainline degree there, go for it. But I know a lot of you here for your majors that are coming through, engineering, science, accounting, meteorology, you probably are going to another school or to another degree and onwards. You got time to work on it. You got time elsewhere. You can continue to advance in Valorant. And Finner showed off very early on, showed a lot of good promise. I loved Green on map 1. Reach had a lot of good outlook on map 1 as well. Twisterman, utility all around the board, wasn't able to get those picture-perfect kills. And Andy was doing the same thing. How many blinds did we see and stuns did we see on just Bad Dog alone? I mean, Bad Dog, I swear, had no retinas for half the game. Their utility usage was on point, but the issue was the other players for the side of CSGH would just turn their mouse and they would narrowly avoid that and just barely be blind, which was enough to, win out in that 60-40 gunfight when you're barely flashed out. But I think there's a lot of potential for the John Wood roster to really try and make a comeback and continue to play the game going forward.
Definitely. Tonight may not have been their series, but so much potential from both of these teams. I really hope we keep seeing these players in the game and around the seed in general.
Absolutely. But this has been this game. I guess the first game of the night. We'll be going to another game shortly after this one. But my name's been Infernosis and will continue to be so. And this is Alice. And we will catch you guys in the next one. Stay tuned.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 9 of Valorant here at the NECC. We've got a banger of a matchup here. Sacramento State's first team versus Okanagan. My name is Infernosis. Joining me here is going to be the wonderful Orbital. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see what these two teams can do because, again, even though UBC Okanagan might not be playing for too much, Sac State are playing to cause a little bit of chaos here in the final week of the regular season.
Absolutely. If I remember correctly, if Sac State wins this, they bring it up to a three-way tie going in. They could bracket break this. I mean, quite honestly, it could be a bracket breaker kind of game. If Okanagan wins this, I guess nothing really changes if I'm correct, but I mean,
Yeah.
the favored team into this one anyways with a higher rating, I guess you would say, win streak, I guess, is Sac State. So if Sac State do what they're expected to do, we could have a pretty difficult situation.
So if Sacramento State do win, they move to 5-4, which will place them in a three-way tie with Florida Gulf Coast University and Johnson and Wales Blue. All of them are sitting in between the 4th through 6th space. So meaning this could be the deciding factor if Sac State stay in the lower bracket and face someone like Boise State in the first round of playoffs, or if they bump up and face someone from the lower bracket. So for them, this is a very important time for them to be able to pull off a win and give themselves that opportunity. Of course, UBC Okanagan, if they're able to get a win here, they will still have to face off against a very strong opponent as they are sitting at 8th seed. But I mean, they could have the enjoyment of watching Sac State play against someone like Boise State, Florida Atlantic University, or anyone like them.
We could see how this one turns out. I know for a fact Kaizen Strife is a really strong player. I distinctly remember putting them out there for a vote for, I believe, one of our Player of the Weeks if they didn't win it themselves. But I remember them being distinctly pretty strong. But Sac State looking hot coming into this one. They come off of a couple wins back-to-back against JW and John Wood, who we just had the pleasure of casting, or at least I had the pleasure of casting last game, who was felled by their opposing team in, unfortunately, pretty quick fashion. CSUDH's one team is going to make quick work of that. But nonetheless, Sac State, 2-game winning streak, attempting to bring it to the 3rd, but Okanagan as well on a 2-game winning streak. They have their only 2 games. I think they've won them, unless it's just backwards and I'm dumb here. It looks like Okanagan is labeled on our sheet for having 3 wins, but only has 2 wins. So somebody made an oopsie here.
Yeah,
Who was
we
correct?
will go ahead and get that fixed. But of course, they are sitting at the bottom of the rung. So, like we said, next one following up, CSU Dominguez Hills Burgundy, like we talked about, is sitting at that 7th place spot. So, can't really shift too far from there. Big question marks, though, again, because they have nothing to lose, they have a little bit more freedom to work with. I always say if you have nothing to lose, go for everything. Go for the big plays, go for the hard matches that sometimes you don't get the opportunity to play. You don't get that opportunity to do a full man rush along one site, or you don't get that chance to play that one operator that you are always testing in scrims but never felt like you want to bring out on the main stage. And if you have nothing to lose, if you know nothing is on the line, might as well play for everything that's on the line, right? So I'm excited to see what we can do, but we are loading into Split for our first game.
Yeah, I mean, we in R6 come from the fact that, like, if they don't know what you're doing, or if we don't know what we're doing, they sure as heck don't know what we're doing, right? Like, I mean, we call it the ranked star. It's really just fragging. That's what it comes out to, just playing that style and going for that frag-centric, the TDM style, as we like to call it. I mean, maybe we just see that. Maybe we just see Okanagan come out and say, hey, you're expecting coherent strategy. You're expecting, team synergy. And instead, we're going to go, hey, we're basically playing Call of Duty. Get ready for these quick scopes because you're about to catch these hands. And that could be a pretty big contributing factor whether or not that happens. I do think we'll still see some strategy for a map like Split, where mid is so important. If your attacking side doesn't take control of mid, you may have a little bit of trouble. So there does still need to be some strategy involved with it.
Yeah, always strategy involved, but those key components that we sometimes see can be thrown for a loop. Yeah, we see the Jet as the primary duelist for a lot of teams, or it has been swapped over to that Raze, but why not go for that Astra if you're looking for a different type of controller? If you're looking for a little bit of a difference maker, why not try and swap it up, right? So taking a look, it does look like Sac State have already decided for their optimal setup. It does look like we will see the Raze, the Cypher, the Sage. I believe that's Brimstone and Breach both being locked in as well.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see the Cypher. I mean, Sir Fear, I know for a fact, strikes fear in everyone they see. Sir Fear is a monster on that Cypher. It's just one of those players that I recognize from being able to have the pleasure of casting for them before. I mean, monster. There's nothing really else to say about it. They're able to connect shots, the utility usage, they almost entirely trusted to hold an entire site alone. I mean, you do that anyways for most ciphers, but you have to have a high level of trust with your cipher to be able to do that. And I think that this team has that trust in Sir Fear, which could go a long way for them.
Yeah, if you don't, you wouldn't be playing Cypher to begin with, it feels like, right? Cypher is that one that I akin to the Lurker usually in CSGO. It is the agent that you always see at the most unexpected time, and I love seeing how these people play in it, and especially given the two players that are playing it, like you said, Surfy, and then on the flip side, Kaizen Stripe, the one that you pointed out for Sac State, that will be or has been one of the big key playmakers. I want to see what they both can do, if they can be the pivotal swinging point for their squads.
I think that we're really going to find who really is the difference makers. I think that's what it comes down to. Can an individual player show up like we are expecting them to do, or will they putter out, unfortunately, and fall to the waysides? But looks like Sac State's looking to take an A push coming through. Some players, and you do have your Cypher kind of making a presence known over towards mid. They went through sewers instead for that and are trying to make some information to be gathered. Maybe Kaizen can maybe get a kill or two. The Ghost can find something, but it'll be Splendor who finds the first. And now you've got a one-man disadvantage. Retina's blinded, saving themselves with a smoke, but not for long as Psycho finds the kill. Saucy with a frenzy to Kaizen. Kurt following suit into Psycho. And now you've got one player left because Thick Bang doesn't allow it for long, but Darian will not go out without a fight. Finding one, hunting for more, playing aggressive, doesn't even go for the plant, but Saucy's nade will finish it in the end.
It always feels bad. You can hear it in the back of your headset, right? At that point, you know it's there. You know you're probably going to die, so you got to go out with a bang, and you get lit up like a firework. So, again, UBC Okanagan coming out with the first round. Means they should claim round number 2, depending on what they buy. You can see the full econ, of course. But Darian and Psycho definitely getting picked off first. Sorry, Darian falling last. But, again, a little slow push. I do disagree with a lot of the time. I always feel like it's a little bit more fun and possibly a little bit more advantageous for the attackers to rush usually on a pistol round. I feel like you always have a little bit more pressure in that sense, but taking it slow as well might work. So we'll see if they can play the second round a little bit better.
It's going to be a difficult situation. Obviously, we're still seeing the attempt of mid-presence coming from Kaizen, and while they're currently situated right now inside of Market, they don't really have the option to get a kill. The opposing side of Okanagan have themselves some pocket money. Splendor finding 2. Psycho and Darian now relegated out. And you've got yourself a 2-player advantage, and you don't have the spike anymore. Ooh, Rocks with a nice shotgun shot finding. And they're going to find a second as well as Quiz finds Kurt Saucy with the judge, taking it in as judge, jury, and executioner finds themselves a nice pickup, but Sir Fear is to be feared, finding their first so far. Rux is trying to do their best to get a little bit of damage off, but quite frankly, it might just be a consolation prize at this point. Oh, finding the shot, headshot, kill, Sir Fear out, a 1v2. They don't have the spike as of the current moment. Splendor looking for an opportunity to punish as they step through screens. But it's just a time game as of the moment. Rux going to rotate to try and find it, but I think Saucy's watching that angle.
Yeah, no need to rush, but this might be the peak. Oh, almost gets tagged.
He's going to rotate back around. He's looking for a chance. Screens push coming through. Splendor dragged Rux on a 3K, looking to make it forward. If he wants to win out this round, he'll start the plant. May need to stick it in time. He'll have time to do it because Saucy not looking to punish off of it. They're going to rotate back around through back, going upstairs. Finds the kill! 4K in round 2. Rux is on a rampage.
Let that sink in. Rux pops off with a 4K when he's alone. By the way, I just want to point that out. Massive play starting out to win a round that he should not have. UBC Okanagan have got to be scratching their heads. They lost a second round after the pistol that they should not. And now they are on the back foot. They are the ones going to have to scramble for a little bit of cash.
Yeah, I mean, the economy not looking hot, and the fact that you lose a secondary round like that, and after you lost, after you won the first pistol round, does not bode well for you. Rush coming through, Rux jetpacking away. It's going to be traded because Quiz is able to find Thickbang, but Splendor will get the refrag, and Psycho finding a kill through a box apparently onto Splendor, and once again, Kaizen taking control of mid, but Darian's already planting in this A site. They really like taking control of this A objective.
Yeah, at this point, if it works, keep going for it. There's no reason to stop until UBC is able to find a response to this push. And again, there's not much response when you're down. You only have pistols in your pocket against SMGs. Next round should be the one that we start seeing some changes. Kaizen Stripe going ahead and grabbing Kurt. So we'll see what else they can do in the following rounds.
Well, Kaizen will find their second. A rush will come, and Sir Fear will fear for their life, but not for very long, because Rux will clean it up quite swiftly. And you're finally seeing Roxu, who we had seen make that pop-off round already, going to continue to help the team go all the way. We saw the initial, boost pack over and, secure themselves a little bit of support and deny Thickbang, who had that aggressive positioning early on and, short A. And so much was going into play for their side, and they've consistently been pushing this A site. But if you take a look at the mini-map in that top left corner of your screen, they've got themselves looking to kind of pursue more than one angle. They've got Spike heading over towards B, maybe going to play inside Garage. They'll drop it over, and maybe we'll see them try to take full advantage of control, but I'm not seeing Kaizen Strife inside mid. This is the first time we haven't seen that.
Yeah, this is the also going to be the first time that we just look for frags, really. You're trying to find a little bit of information. You have to understand B is probably always going to be held by a Cypher, always going to be kind of spotted out with the camera. So nice little rotate and a soft push actually coming up here for UBC as they're trying to look for control over mid. I'm not sure if this is what they want to do.
Take the first pick, maybe play off of that. We know this map is so centralized around specifically mid. I mean, what's the old line? It was save the cheerleader, save the world, take control of mid, save the round. And honestly, it could be exactly what you're looking for, but no, they're going to take the rotation through sewers and head over towards A. But if you take a look at that mini-map, you see two players rotating over as well. Okanagan seemingly aware of, at least to a degree, that it's coming through, but no, turning around, Kurt is heading the wrong direction. Could have been saucy to say, but no, in fact, they're going to get a pretty aggressive stance coming towards A. Rux dropping the jetpack, the rocket fuse out, looking to absolutely obliterate a player. No one coming up will just fire it, not connecting in the end.
Yeah, that's a quick rotate coming out of UBC, but I'm not sure if they will because, again, up in that A heaven, they have it completely pinched. So, Sac State ready to go and finally holding it down. Rux throwing down 2.
Player will be fragged out. Darren cleaning up Saucy. Now a 2v5, and Okanagan in a world of hurt. They'll find one consolation kill, but Rux will continue the rampage of 3K, and that'll be all as Darian finds Kurt. It could have been a flawless victory, denied at the last moment, unfortunately, but in the end, it does not seem to matter. Sac State on an absolute rager of a first set of rounds, 3 now back-to-back, and Okanagan has not found an answer to this level of aggression.
That you have to give credit to their strategy, right? Sac State literally ran straight through and past A. They could have taken A site very quickly, but they understood if they held A heaven instead, there would be an opportunity to actually pinch both rotate points. So they're able to find that win. They're able to shut it down and actually put them on a defensive much earlier. So UBC are gonna have to start looking for those opportunities and finding a little bit of pressure. And this is exactly what they're doing. You can see the soft push coming in on the top left of your screen from UBC. They might be able to find some picks.
Oh, Saucy taking the high noon a little bit too seriously, finding Kaizen Strife, that player we know to, very aggressively take control of mid, or at least attempt to. And this save round that we're seeing coming from Okanagan, maybe able to find success. Splendor on the flank, coming through Link, may be able to find, tags one, finds a second, no, he can't get it, Psycho, just barely walking away from one of those blades and will be saved because of it. It could have been an absolute montage moment for him, but denied out. Surf Fear on the flank as well, tags out, removes Darian, Psycho, and another one to save. It's just a consolation refrag, but there's still a player down. They're having to play against an eco team. It could still be in their advantage despite the gun disparity, but it's still trying to take full control of mid. Saucy going through, hoping to grab a gun, has picked up a Vandal, and this gun's disparity has been thoroughly denied.
I mean, they were getting kills with the Sheriffs. Might as well stick with the Sheriffs. It seems you're doing better with that instead. Again, though, this has been a solid hold by UBC. They're trying to scout out. They lost control of A, so they're hoping to find some picks. And again, Saucy might be in position to do so.
Player in heaven, Quiz will find 2, finding Thickbang and Saucy. And now it's a 2v1. Kurt looking for it, finding it through the box. Just needs to play time now. Kurt facing off against their duplicate agent player pick of Psycho. And he's going to make the rotation around, just playing time. Kurt will take it. And it's going to go once again now as Okanagan are able to stop the bleeding just slightly. A full save with just mostly just Sheriffs for their side. And it works out for them in the end. A miraculous victory, to say the least.
Man, Quiz almost pulled off the highlight right there for that round. But again, getting sniped after getting spotted on the foot side. And this game so far, this map has been very entertaining to watch both these squads. You can see UBC. I don't feel they would normally try and pressure that early on a round 5 of all things, right? Trying to scope out, doing a little bit of a defensive push. And Splinter now just drops Rux where he stands.
Not a good situation to be. Rux will be brought back. They're going to go ahead and use the revive, and they're going to be better for it because they'll pick up 2. A Paranora will be tossed out by Thickbang. I don't believe it actually manages to connect, or at least it's not able to connect to Quiz at the least. But they're still trying to take control. Player stepping upward. Kaizen Strife has gone up to the top of ropes, looking for maybe a fight opportunity, but they've rotated back. You see them coming in from heaven now, a B side. They're going to take control of site. Only the player of Sir Fear left, and they don't have a great position to play. You see one player coming from streets, that's Splendor, but there'll be a wall to deny that alleyway. And now a difficult position. Spike planted a post-plant snare with 2 players down.
Resurrection gives them a massive man advantage, and plus with double ultimates coming out from Breach and Brimstone means that they firmly control any of the entries, but Splendor has something to say about it so far too. With that operator, if he finds one more, that might be the one that they need. Psycho though has something to say against Thickbang.
Able to keep one more player off the board. Splendor looks like they're going to just choose to save the operator. I can't say anything against that. I think that's the correct decision here, just based off the fact the economy will look worse for wear. You have literally no money in the pockets. You can have an operator save for the next round, and Splendor's already been doing pretty well for themselves. 7 kills to their name, highest for their team, second highest in the matchup. Keep a hold of it. Don't lose it for the love of everything. And be able to
don't
carry
lose
that
it,
one
just...
into a new round. Yeah, I mean, if you lost that at this point, I would cry. Like that's such a that would be such a morale deficit.
You did everything you could. Like, oh man, I ran away from the site. I ran away from the opponent. Oh, I got shot by that one guy. Gosh dang it, you just lost over 5,000 creds in your pocket. And now UBC though, they're finally coming out. You can see a decent set. Actually, no real weapons. I think they're still playing off of unfortunate econ. So let's see, double Sheriffs, plus I believe a Ghost, and then a Vandal and Operator. Man, working on such low econ right now for this round. I don't feel like they're going to get this 7th.
Maybe just let Sir Fear kind of take an aggressive peek, and then if they lose the fight, then let Thickbang pick it up, let Current pick it up. Obviously not what they're going for. Saucy, who's going to get pushed off from B tower. It'll be Quiz who finds the kill. Now a player disadvantage. Splendor caught off guard, stepping around to the other direction as Kaizen will secure from Garage. And now a 2-player deficit operator off the board and now on the floor. And you've got yourself in a very poor positioning. Kurt trying to remove this wall with support from Thickbang now. They know the positioning in Sir Fear has been removed from the only other tertiary angle. Take a look. They know they're doing everything they can. Quiz and Kaizen clean it up swiftly. And we've got ourselves a flawless victory here. Nothing but W's coming from Sac State.
You had to feel bad if you're Splendor right there. That was a muscle memory peak. Peaked, and then as he was turning back, realized, hey, there's someone down there. I might have to re-peek. And it feels bad whenever that happens because you're like, man, I had that opportunity. I could have taken a shot. Just can't pull it off. And I feel that would have given them a little bit more opportunity to hold because so far, Sac State have pretty much identified as long as Splendor is down, as long as, this operator is down and he doesn't have a big weapon, we can kind of push wherever we want to. And now that he is on that frenzy, I believe, and the only weapon is a Judge and a Bulldog, I'm not seeing any favorable positions once again from UBC.
Looks like Splendor is taking a very aggressive angle. Maybe this Okanagan side is trying to pull off a miracle once again, stepping through Thickbang. Not thick enough to find the kill, and Splendor will find Rocks on a constellation, but Darian with the refrag. Now they've only got a 1-player advantage, so they're able to find one, but in the end, it doesn't seem to be the most important. You're now dealing with a Judge, a Bullfrog, and a Sheriff on the opposing side. Okanagan don't have the most, and Kaizen's going to take their counterpart Cypher as Psycho finds out Saucy. And now just Kurt remaining, trying with the Sheriff, finds shots as Psycho apparently misses those. And Kurt cannot escape as the reload comes through. Another round victory up for Sac State.
And they're cleaning through this map right now. And again, this is the one that they did choose. They did opt to take this map first. So again, this should be in their favor if they're feeling it. But UBC now coming out with 4 ultimates across the board versus 2 for Sac State. This might be the chance that they get to turn it around and maybe grab a couple more rounds before the half ends. Question marks though coming out, in my opinion, about where they want to tailor their situation. Because again, they're splitting themselves very thin. I feel like they could actually play a 2-1-2 instead of a kind of a fan out positioning.
I mean, I think from what we're seeing right now from Sac State and the way they're splitting seems to work. When they push A and they're trying to aggressively take A, they typically leave out their Cypher player. They let Kaizen take control of mid, but when they don't know what they want to do and they want to play that entry frag, they play pretty aggressively. But Oh, they're going to play around in every angle. Rux hiding behind a potted plant is going to find a secured kill to Saucy. And now they're nothing but a sauce puddle on the floor. Now a player advantage has been gathered, but unfortunately it doesn't give you that much information about the opposing team and about where they're situated because it was an overextension on Saucy's part.
That's why they're playing a little bit slower, but they do know mid is probably open, so maybe catching another frag on the side. Kurt might be the one to get picked, and no, Kurt fires right back, gets Quiz caught off guard, immediately calls for the rotate. You can see the Jet running all the way across, so this might be a B-side fight with UBC are ready to go.
Ball will come through from Darian, and Rux will find a nade kill onto Kurt. And now they're going to go in with the ult as well. RPG in hand. Splendor will find a kill, but refragged by Psycho. And Surfer cleans up Darian. A 2v2 situation. And it's going to be a difficult one to say the least. B-side, very heavily known. Kaizen denying thick bang any player from Alley. And Surfer needs to be feared. Finding out Kaizen. Now a 1v1. Psycho will stick the plant. And now they'll take a stun through the wall. Surfer taking some information to be gathered. Now shot out. Position is known. And Psycho holding the angle. Surfer finds it in the end. A 3K to clean up, giving Okanagan their third round victory.
I mean, there you go. Yeah, use the ultimates to your advantage. And okay, a little bit of BM because I don't feel you can do that when you're behind in rounds, but still, Surfer, you're throwing down a little bit of disrespect.
I mean, it's just tactical. It's all tactical. You know? If you can drop your opposing team's mentality even slightly, then you're giving yourself that clinical edge you need. I mean, we do it all the time in R6. We call it tactical crouching. It is a part of the game. It is natively built into it. So you take advantage of that type of situation, and if it can help tilt or put the mentality down bad of the opposing team, then you're up. That's a positive bonus for you. It's the same. It's kind of like a kill. If it's impactful, it's impactful. And I'll tell you what, they're impacting something on those tactical crouches.
Ooh, Splinter almost getting caught out, so immediately has to run back. Rux is going to go ahead, grab Splinter in the back. That's going to be the operator down once again as an A rush comes out. A very quick run as Quiz goes ahead and secures the site for his team. Now the rest of UBC have to make a move, and that is a fast play by Sac State to get the plant. Actually doesn't go for the plant and gets told to put it somewhere further back. Oh, that feels bad, but UBC, man, now all of a sudden, less than 30 seconds in, they have got to find a little bit of a reprieve for themselves.
Yeah, Kurt able to clean up Kaizen, which does give them a little bit of a band-aid on that festering wound, and you're going to see a wall come into play as well. They're going to pop that one up, get an aerial view. Darian looking for a chance, but Surfer will find it instead. Darian does make use of it, but refragged out. They'll find a second on top, a 1v1. Ooh. They won't find the third. Kurt saving it narrowly. They're going to go for the defuse. Plenty of time on the board to get it. And Okanagan steal yet another round back-to-back.
And I don't want to say I called it, but as soon as they had those 4 ultimates, they ran with it. It was a 3-2 ultimate disadvantage. And so UBC now coming out with 2 rounds in a row, might be able to find a third here. Although the resurrection is available as well as a neural theft. So a few question marks, but big question marks coming out for Surfer and Saucy. What weapons will they pick up? Because again, this is another full rifle buy coming out from Sac State. The rush might not occur, but I feel the picks will. So all up to UBC if they want to try and tie this half up.
Difficult situation to be in. Quiz, and you do take a look. It does look like they're putting a little bit more emphasis towards mid once again. And we've talked about it previously. This map is such a heavy presence for mid, but if you take a look inside, they've got a player in Vince. It was Saucy. They'll take one before being felled themselves, but elsewhere it's going to be Kaizen. It's not going to matter. Darian uses the revive to Psycho, does not want to lose that player. The utility, a little bit too important at this stage in the game. They don't want to let that margin, climb ever closer, but it's not seemingly going to matter. Kaizen with a headshot kill to Splendor, taking the very nice set of kills already to their name and increasing it one more, but it seems to be a pretty dedicated push once again from Sac State onto this A side. They want nothing to do with B 99% of the time. And I think there's pretty good reason for that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, so far, slow or fast or medium, it's always worked for them, whether it's going through heaven or straight through that lobby to main. I mean, these guys have it on lock, and I think this is why Sac State are happy to take this map. They didn't care if they were attack or defense first, and they hold it down. this is fantastic play from them so far. If they win this one, they will put themselves up in the first half of the round. And if UBC come out with a strong attacking side, if they're aggressive and, you know, change up the tempo, Sac State will still have a little bit of a buffer zone to play that. But coming around the corner, Kaizen Stripe goes ahead and grabs 3 for himself, and that'll be the round win as we have one last round before the team swap.
Now, a quick note to be had here. If Quiz and Darian collect all of the kills in this round, they split it the right way, Quiz taking 2 and Darian taking 3, we literally will see every single player in this Sac State side have 10 plus kills, while the opposing team has not had a single person break double digits in anything but their deaths. So this could be interesting. I don't think it's going to work out that way. The odds of that are definitely not on their side, but I definitely think in terms of the arsenal they're facing off against, they have a good chance because the economy is in shambles for the opposing team. I mean, they've got Buckies and Sheriffs all around the board. They've only got 1 assault rifle. It's not boding well for them.
You know, I'll give Darian the benefit. I would put him up 2 because he already used the resurrection twice. So, you know, stealing 2 kills back, you know, if you want to play that game. But that is going to be a couple sides coming around straight through mid and a kill on kill for Raises. It's going to be Quiz as well, taking out Kurt on the flip side. So Sac State just saying, yeah, we're not too worried about giving everyone triple or double digits, I should say. Instead, we'll just, you know, have a blast.
Yeah, have some fun with it. Honestly, at this point, I think you could, you know, manage yourself quite exceptionally well. I mean, we obviously know they play that post-plant scenario fairly well, but I don't think it's going to matter too much on their defense. It is typically favored for that side, but a bait wall thrown out as well as having the slow thrown out, and Darian just toying really with the minds of the opposing side. Zephyr kind of lost for words at the moment and really lost for an explanation. Only person who seems to know is Splendor, who's making the rotation slowly, now officially knows the position, and Zephyr, who just spent so much time and will be killed in the end by Darian, toyed with from the moment it went off. Not boding well. A 2-4 matchup in this post-plant scenario.
Oh, that was so good. Caught him B-hopping around the corner and had to feel bad. That's going to put it up. And again, 2 ultimates to 1 right now. Might pop out with the showstopper, but not going to be able to catch it as Rux grabs 2 right on top of each other. I think that was a 2 for 1. So 3K to end it. That's going to be a happy round and half for Sac State.
A very nice half for them, taking it. They're 4 rounds ahead, double their opposing teams as of the moment. And with the rate at which they've been playing, it could happen again. I genuinely think that there could be a chance for them to continue this pace at which they're at. When they lose a round or maybe 2, they typically come back on a spree, and they've been continuously doing so. But this pistol round is going to be a determining factor. We know that they did fairly well in round 2 and 3 and 4. They lost round 1, though, to the pistol, which is interesting to say the least, because it's weird to see a team lose round 1 and then win round 2.
Definitely an anomaly. It surprised me, and I don't think we'll see it again. Whoever wins this one should be a little bit more cautious of what's going to occur. So they're going to go ahead straight up to A Heaven, and that's going to call the rotate over by Sac State as well. Hard flip back under the lower side of A site. Or are they just going to go for a full rotate? They're calling for a full rotate.
Oh my goodness, Saucy just trying with the frenzy, hoping to tag a couple, but could be dangerous. Sees them all step out, now just trying to run away, trying not to get killed, will narrowly escape, but their life's still intact. And they're going to go all the way through sewers and everything. The players maybe even looking to keep hunting, but it doesn't seem to work out just yet. Psycho, they've got so much control right now, but this B site will begin the plan to Zephyr begins the rampage, finding 2 refragged by Rux, and still in a man advantage, denied back to an equal as Quist finds Saucy. They escaped for a short while, but not the entire while. And every single player right now for this side is just sitting in alleyway. Kurt finding Kaizen. Maybe they don't expect every single player on the known universe to be over there, but at the very least, you know that Kurt is. I think the rotation is coming through stairs. Rux looking to punish Kurt. Gets right click to the forehead. No chance. Tied back to a 2v2. And a frenzy spray. The same one to find both. Attacking side will take a round win.
So I think that's twice Splendor's come out and actually won the pistol round for his team. I think in the first half as well, he was able to pull it off. So UBC showing that they can win the pistol round in pretty heavy fashion. Now the question, of course, is can they hold the second? Last time they lost it by, I think, getting a little bit over aggressive and not, kind of relying on the fact that they have a man advantage. Got picked off one by one, gave Rux a 4K at the second round of the first half. So if it happens again, UBC have got to go back to the drawing board. I don't think it will, but it's always in the back of their minds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this isn't working out for you, but there are things that can work out for you, and that one isn't one of them. Splendor will find a kill early on. Now you've got yourself a man advantage. Kurt able to tag despite taking just a little bit of damage, 8 and a little bit of armor on top of it. Quiz now out for the count, a 2-man advantage into this one, and while that Boombot may need an AI update being trapped inside of screens, I don't think this team does. They've got this one pretty on lock right now, really setting the pace for this attacking half for themselves. Not boding well right now for the Okanagan side.
Yeah, and I like what Okanagan have done. They spread out. They're not on the site. They're ready to pinch at any point, and they also set up a firing squad. Darien grabs 2 before falling himself, but it's still a 3-on-1 situation.
I can't believe Thickbang also got 2 at the end of that. Either way, Rock's the last player standing now. And I know it doesn't bode well for Okanagan. It doesn't bode well for Sac State. That's my apologies there, as I was just reading the wrong no. But it ultimately doesn't bode well. Rocks will be felled by Sir Fear, who, just FYI, should be feared. Absolutely popping off in rounds that matter. There haven't been that constant impact, but the rounds that they have shown that impact have been substantial, to say the least. Sir Fear has consistently been there to pick up when needed. But it's going to be need to be a little bit more to pick up right now, because they're still behind by 2. They still need that assistance to come through with it. And Sac State, who's been in a little bit of a downturn recently in terms of those last 2 rounds, finally has a full buy coming through. This could go right back in their direction.
Yeah, like we said, I don't think we should have seen or been expecting that, second round turnaround, of course. It's all about the third here. And I mean, if Sac State are able to pull this one off, they should grab 2 or a second one right off, I feel. So depending on how Sac State want to play this defense, if they're able to find 1 or 2 picks, and a hard split of 2-3 for UBC means that they completely forfeited that mid, top, and bot, saying, okay, we understand that we don't really win in some of those scenarios, so let's go ahead and try and play some of those closer range combat courses and see if we can spot anyone on this B site. A couple shots go out by Splendor. It's going to cause a little bit of a rotate.
Kaizen still holding. It's a pretty heavy split. I mean, it looks like they're just going towards B Garage as a way to bait it out. And once again, we're seeing a player inside of mid. Kaizen, the player who was usually in mid on their attack, now is holding that A short and will be felled swiftly with a nice shot. And Darien, though, not to be outdone, lining them up and spraying them down. Kurt and Sir Fear out for the count. But it's not going to matter. Saucy connects with yet another spray from Quiz, finding they're going to hop on the diffuser. This could be stuck. No one's nearby. They're just going to stick it at this point in time. Splendor can't do anything about it, and it's all over. Defense will find themselves around victory. We said, or at least I said, and I'm sure you agreed with me, that once they get rifles in their hands, it could be game over, and it does look to be that case. Starting off strong for that, only losing 2 players and a sneaky ninja defuse to top it off.
Man, I can't give enough credit to Darien, because that was actually a pinch on the rotate from Sac State, and he was able to turn it around to pick up 2 for free right there in mid. So UBC actually got caught napping. They thought they had the fish in the barrel technique right through top mid and bottom mid, but no, Darien was able to gun it down. That's what stalled out that rotate. That's actually why you saw UBC Okanagan have some trouble on the collapse. So very well done by Sac State to start getting that first round, or that round back.
Push already coming through right now into this B side, and it's looking like they're already able to pick up 1 kill for themselves. And you're a little bit struggling right now if you're Sac State when you're losing a player that early on, especially when you lose out Rux, your top fragger, by such a large margin. Could be devastating. But Saucy's looking for a chance to punish, tossing a nade towards Vince. Psycho maybe going for a flash, but Saucy kills themselves with their own nade. Unfortunate in the end. And this mid control may have been lost, but quite frankly, Psycho's watching a good angle to keep up the position. We'll go for a trimmer, doesn't connect to Kurt. Kurt's gonna throw one right back at them here. Now the flash comes through, thick bang onto Darien. Psycho felled by Kurt as they continue the rampage. And now a 2-man lead, and they've got full control of this B objective.
You hate to see it. You hate to see that occur, but UBC has got us back saying, all right, listen, we know that you dropped yourself to try and even up the game. We're not going to let it happen, though. So they get the plant. They spread out. Now they're searching for a couple more kills. We're going to lose 1, but a trade. So that's only going to leave Quiz alive. I think he's just going to try and find some eco frags on the way out.
Quiz able to find one, and it looks like they may actually go for a punish here. One player sitting a little bit short of hell. Splinter looking to maybe go for a play off of the top of it. Could be just trapped there, but Kurt will find the 3K in the end. Coming in quite swiftly, but I think there's a really big issue right now that is just in the face of this Sac State side. It's going to be that economy. You are not looking so hot here, Orbital.
No, not really. You can see the shuffle buys coming out. We see a shorty off of Quiz, see a couple shares, and a judge following. Double judge might actually come out. So I mean, they're hard all inning in this, and I feel their best options would actually just be toss this round. You're still up 2 rounds. You can afford to lose 1. I don't think sacking your economy like this would be the right move, but I mean, it's all up to them to think that this might be the option.
Looking like they're going to play aggressive. Surf Fear, fearing for their life as of the moment, forced to step inside their own smoke to try and get away, and now they're just trying to backpedal themselves to a new spot, but because of that aggression that came through on that A short, all the way to that attacker spawn, they've given up B entirely, and now it's going to be a 5v5 post plant, and one of these teams has weapons, and the other one has some guerrilla warfare type stuff here, just pulling out everything. I mean, this is the dregs of the arsenal at this point in time. They just did not have the economy to force this.
I mean, yeah, you're playing guerrilla warfare in a completely open area. You need a couple trees to hide behind if you're wanting to do that. And so now they have to take some options. That's going to be the rock beats going out. Kaizen Stripe goes ahead, gets a shorty kill, but 3 come in for the side of UBC. Make that 4. 1 more to go. Make that possibly 5, but the bomb, the spike might go off. So actually Kaizen, or Surf Fear, no, that is Kaizen. Man, I'm getting them mixed up now. Kaizen was just hoping to catch a few in just hoping to grab one, let them die to their own plant, but it's not going to happen.
Unfortunate in the end. It's looking like it could come back to a semi-tight state. Sac State giving up a little bit more than they initially wanted to. Now just 1 round ahead, and Okanagan is fighting for this return battle. They're coming through and giving everything they have. I'm not looking forward to what Sac State is going to try and bring to the table, because they finally have a little bit of economy. I know they can force this buyout. They're going to have little to nothing at the end of it. They desperately need this win. If they can't gather this, it may be another 2 rounds before they get themselves a fighting chance.
And the worst part, of course, is you would be losing a map that you chose, and that would set you back as Psycho goes, nah, we ain't losing this one anytime soon. Come on, guys, let's go. That's going to be a bounce straight into A site, though, so this is a hard push coming out from UBC.
It's going to be a trade, a tit for tat. A Saucy finds Psycho and Rux finds Thickbang. But you have lost 1 more player than the opposing side. Okanagan able to try to narrow it, but it's not going to matter. Darian Quiz finding Saucy and Kurt, and it's going to be cleaned up as Darian finds Surf Fear. I said they desperately needed this victory, and maybe desperation was the key. They finally go back to being 2 rounds ahead, but it could change on the flick of a dime. I think that's the term for it. Is that what the saying is?
Turn on a dime, I think is what you tried to say, and I think we got a couple other ones mixed in there. Either way, I agree with
every pun. A watched pot never flicks a dime.
Mash them all together. Grab one word from each one.
Yeah, we'll find one. We'll one word for everything. We'll just bring it in there in the end. It's just like I had so many good puns and dad jokes in the last one. I'm trying to mix all of them together now. My boomer humor material, right? Is really, apparently my boomer humor is just conglomerating into one giant dad monster. So we'll figure it out in the end. But a very aggressive stance coming through here from Okanagan, taking control of this A site, and now Sac State is having to play this post-plant scenario in this 5v5.
Yeah, and I'm not too fond of them taking a gamble of 50-50. They have the opportunities, but at this point, if that's what's working for them, it might be the opportunity. As Rex goes ahead, grabs one. Retaking for them might be the better option, you know, being on the attacking side. But Kurt has something to say about a couple ultimates still available for them.
Splinter able to find out Psycho, and you do have a 1-man advantage right now if you're the Okanagan side, but with control of Heaven, Sac State can get a couple frags for themselves. Saucy playing a little bit below, and Quiz could drop a molly. Splinter from behind, though. Darian is felled, and there goes Quiz and Rock. Says Thickbang and Saucy not to be outdone. Continue onward. A 9-10 now. This one's going neck and neck all the way to the ending.
UBC are saying, hey, we don't want you to have that opportunity to move up a couple standings. We want to keep you right where you are. They don't drop anything except for one ultimate at that point. So I think they use a Rolling Thunder to try and clear out some information. So they're still sitting healthy with the Bladestorm in the pocket, with the Showstopper and the Neural Theft. So this is a 3-on-3 Sac State, working a bit less utility, but having that revive opportunity if Darian can keep close to one of the key members and as well as the fight, this could be the time to turn it around and put themselves closer to game point.
Psycho blinds out mid push and does have the information, goes for a concuss. It's not going to do too much in the situation, but Kurt is also there to throw right back that utility back at them. But take a look at this ult economy right now, 3 for both sides. You could see a revive from Darian for some support, but that Bladestorm, if it comes out from Splendor, could be a showstopper, like Saucy's showstopper. So we could see some mass effect from these. I think we've seen a little bit of a struggle for a lot of the ultimates so far, where they'll get popped, they force players to step away, but they don't necessarily force them to take the engagement and actually get any kills off them. But push coming through, it looks like they're going through vents to maybe head over through ropes, head into tower, and take control of A side again, but Darian will deny Sir Fear. Push coming through, Splendor looks the wrong way, narrowly escapes death, but Saucy finding their own level of death, and Darian can't escape in time. An ult dropping out as Splendor's knocked up and concussed. Saucy holding this short. They have a player disadvantage, but Psycho will narrow that one right back. A 3v3. Kurt's looking to punish a showstopper, not able to connect out. And now Saucy's wasted it, but Thick Bang will fall to Kaizen, a flank. Saucy going for it. Kaizen finding a second. Refragged by Kurt, but Rux is there to find the end. And once again, back to a 2-round differential.
Man, Kaizen coming in clutch. That round I don't think would have been won if he wasn't able to peek on A Raptors, get those 2 frags, and force the attention straight back to top. That's actually what gave the opportunity over to Sac State to close out the last 2 kills. So very well done in the final rounds. You know, you talked about it at the start, and this is all, you know, the storyline that we're kind of following. These 2 players, Kaizen Strife and Sir Fear, can they carry the team with the utility that they have in their hand? And so far, Kaizen Strife has been stepping up, and I want to see him do it more and more as time goes on and as we progress through this series.
A difficulty, I think, is kind of the emphasized moment here. Both sides neck and neck, back and forth. They're having difficulty in really doing what they want to do. It's just kind of, you know, in this one out strong, show up in the end, come through. But with the fact that it's consistently gone back and forth, now you see 2, then 1, then 2, then 1 to 1 to 1. It's neck and neck. It's the attempted return here. They're doing their darndest to try and fight their way back, but both sides are just tearing at this tug-of-war game. One side will eventually have to budge and fall into that mud pit in the center. Quiz will narrow that gap, turning, finding the shot, and Kurt will be felled, but Rux in mid is going to fall as well to Sir Fear.
A little peek as Kaizen goes ahead, grabs one, or tries to, as Psycho grabs Splendor. That was through a Bladestorm, by the way, so that ultimate is no longer available. Kaizen slipping through on the side, might be able to pick up a few more on the back end. It is able to find one, might find another. No, a little bit low health as Saucy goes ahead, gets a 3K for himself. That is going to lay it into a 2-on-1 as UBC look to push it into double digits for themselves and keep it in between a 2-round lead, no matter where they are, as Darian goes ahead and revises now a 2-on-2 conundrum for Sac State.
2v2 situation with Darian's revive having come through, but Saucy on that 3K now could get the ace. It's been brought back, the chance is there, and it looks like they're going to head through alley instead, and Sir Fear's a little bit away from the situation. Playing inside of mid, will have to make the rotation back through mailroom, and they're going to head onto it quite quickly. Rux, who has given a little bit of sightline, nade tossed, could be dangerous. Player having dropped now off ropes. Saucy with no time. Darian defusing, sticking this one out, no time. He gets the defuse, sneaking that one out, and Sir Fear will find their own 3K. 2 3Ks for the side, but nothing in the end will matter. They'll find the sneaky defuse and give themselves a 3-round lead and a match point in round 22.
Darian sticking through the nades and saying, this is our only chance to get this. Net themselves and put themselves at match point now. So UBC have got to pull it together. They had the opportunities, and now you can see them kind of wondering what they want to do. It went from a 1-4 lurk to a 5-man push. And this time, Sac State have guessed correctly.
Everyone just sticking on this A side is just something to watch, but I'll tell you what's not something to watch. Apparently Psycho's been in view, Saucy denying it, trying to find another, can't, but it's not gonna matter. Quiz able to find it with a pistol, a 4v3, an orbital strike dropping out, but currently right now, you're low on money, low on guns. Just pick up what's remaining, the dredges that are over there, and attempt to hunt, but they're making a very fastidious approach towards this B site. I sure hope I used that word correctly, and they're going to try and get this plant on swiftly and completely make it so they can only go back to that 2-round deficit.
It's so weird to me to see a Marshall when it was Sac State that actually won 2 rounds in a row, but they have opted for that opportunity, and now they say, okay, we can give up 1. Let's do this again. Let's see if we can get a couple frags to cut out the economy as we move into the last 3. If they're able to pull this off, if this actually works for them, that'll be good, but Splendor ready, heard some footsteps and is a little bit worried, gets jumped. Oh, says, nope, can't do that. Yeah, party definitely over.
Absolutely phenomenal showmanship right now. Quiz just hoping to pick up 1 or 2 things. Does have, this bullfrog in hopes. Darian with the Maverick. Maybe they can connect, attempting through a wall. Will be full blinded, but Kurt will deny, and Sir Fear is here, finding the kill to Darian. Sir Fear's been on a utility rampage so far. Finally glad to see the kills come back on as well. But you're going to need to see this full buy come through. 2-round lead, 1 differential right now to make it to match to win it all in this match point. Can Sac State finish this one off strong, or is Okanagan going to lead us into that dreaded infinite overtime?
I mean, if we're running to overtime, I'm going to be excited. It'll be the first time that I actually get to cast any sort of overtime, so I would be very entertained. But I have a feeling we're not going to see at Sac State ready and willing to do the split. And this time with all Vandals or all rifles cutting through, this should be their round to hold.
Quickly coming through, you're going to see Psycho rotating back away because you see the players in mid who gathered control of this mail room. So as he's looking to make some punishing plays on top as they'll toss a nade towards that staircase. But no kills have dropped. Still the 5v5 pretty early on of this round. A minute and about 7 to a minute and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. No one having died yet makes it difficult, but a rush comes through. Psycho finding one before refragged by Kurt. And they're going to continue it, but Rux can't connect, but Saucy can. A 1-player differential. Kaizen knows there's a player over there. Here's the audio cue of Thickbang, but gets paranoid, finds it through it. Doesn't matter, and they're going to continue the spray, but will be blinded as Kurt cleans it up. And you're back now to a 1-man disadvantage. Quiz, last time we saw him over here, failed, but a player in mailroom gets rushed. He finds it. Sir Fear is no longer here, and it's a 2v2 on this B-side match point scenario. Quiz still in tower. Darian finding it, and Quiz does as well. It's going to the end. Map 1 will go narrowly in favor of this Sac State side.
Quiz and Darian close out the round, but all that hype was on Kaizen Strife. Getting the blind shot to even out his death had to feel good, had to make him feel great, and knowing that they're able to hang on to the first map of this series and now moving into Icebox. I mean, I think Sac State have some opportunities, but I mean, Rux, you got to give him credit. This man put on a clinic for them. 22-15, amazing and phenomenal job.
Absolutely, but nonetheless, in a very close matchup going 13-10, we're going to have to see how second map punt turns out. And if I remember here correctly, it's Icebox. Such a frag-centric map, and judging by what we saw, the frags are a little bit more even across the board for both sides. I mean, it's just frags all around, but Rux, that top fragger with 22 kills, could be a big difference. But we'll have to see how that one pans out. We're going to do a short 5-minute break in between these two maps. Stay tuned for the matchup to come. We'll see who makes it out in the end for the Fat W.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here. We've got yourself a banger of a matchup here. Phenomenal showmanship in the first one, starting off strong, a 13-10 ending, narrowly escaping a comeback. You're going to see Sac State manage to take it in the end, narrowly avoiding Okanagan's return. But my name is Infernosis, joined here by Orbital, and we've got ourselves a great map 2 coming in here for Icebox.
Yeah, and again, Icebox, one of the fewer played maps in the past, and now I think second in that listing. And I'm excited to see what the teams can do because again, a lot of question marks still coming out on how teams fare, and this is the time to prove that you can or can't play this map. Because if you get a ban against you, that's one more opened up. And I mean, if you can win over Icebox, you should have a free map for each series that you play.
Yeah, an Icebox, like, for anyone that knows R6, it's just so similar to Coastline. And the way that you describe that is, most games, you typically defender-sided, because you can anchor and you can turtle up and, feign to have actual aiming skill when you can just hold a corner. But complete opposite for Coastline. It's very attacker-sided, and it's kind of what Icebox is. You're just kind of fragging. It's whoever is the better gunsman typically win it out. Whoever is the most aggressive to come through and find that level of success you need to step up, find those shots, connect those headshots, and win those 50-50 engagements. You have to be capable of doing that if you want any chance on Icebox. I've seen some very nice Viper plays. The UNA v UAH game that was also neck and neck all the way through, stolen by UNA in the end. We saw Viper come here and rear her beautiful face, and quite frankly, it was phenomenal. I think there was so many great placements of Viper smokes and utility, especially on that B objective. It could be very difficult. I'm expecting to see a Viper here.
Yeah, and I love how sometimes you see the agent meta kind of stay static, right? No matter what map you go to, it's pretty much the same ones. We've seen variations on jet synergies and those kinds of compositions, but when an agent is so heavily favored on a map, it breeds innovation, right? First step, oh, why does it counter the current meta? Why is it good? Cool, we'll play it. Second is, how do we counter the Viper meta, right? And going through all of those motions, and eventually you come down to a constant kind of rock paper scissors situation where you're like, cool, what do we guess? How do we beat this? How do we beat this agent? And I love the way you put it. It comes down to micro skill. Remember, at the end of the day, this is still an FPS. This is still very, very important to be able to hit your shots, be able to make use of spray patterns. And if that is your answer to the entire Viper situation, that's great. However, you got to be able to come up with some solutions with agents on your own side. So depending on who picks up the Viper, I'm excited to see if we get a mirror matchup or if we're going to see either, because I think UBC picked this map. I want to see UBC not only pull out the Viper, but what they feel is a counter to that situation of their own.
Yeah, I mean, very eloquently spoken. You need to be able to, we in the end, we just got to determine who wins it, right? I think that's really what it comes down to. You speak like you have big brain. I speak like mine's a little bit more smooth than not. So I'll go off of what you said because I do agree, but I think we have a substitution that's coming in between the two maps. They're removing Sir Fear, and I'm going to apologize here. It's because I stand Sir Fear, and so they were like, you can't have him playing. Do we want him casting or that player playing? Had to make the decision, and ultimately, I'm just cooler. So it all comes out in the end, and we went out in the end. Everything's still, we're still taking W's, but nonetheless, Icebox coming straight into it. If we don't see a Viper, I would be a little confused just because of that buff being so substantial and her just being so prevalent nowadays. Maybe they're not comfortable. Maybe they don't have the, functionality and the actual ability to employ her in just yet. Maybe they haven't tested it out. I mean, no one really tests out Icebox, to be brutally honest with you. This map is kind of doo-doo garbage, and I say that mostly to make fun of our producer since he loves this map, but I think this is going to be a very back-to-back action kind of map.
So if you don't see Infernosis anywhere on the NECC streams anymore, you know why. That right there, clip it. But no, we love our producers so much. But again, like you said, possible Vipers coming up. At the same time, there are some other opportunities. There are some other options that you might want to run, including the Yoru or the Astra. Both of these agents somewhat untested in situations, but I mean, if you're going to pull it out on a map, this is one to do it. And you can see the hover coming out from Rux and Darlin. If they're able to pull this off, this would put Sac State in a very comfortable position if they're comfortable and if they can actually make this work right? Because changing out one is one thing indeed. Changing out one agent, changing it out to a different variety is something that you can do without too much impact. But when you do it to 2 or 3 primary agents, it can cause a lot of problems. So you see the actual swap back. We actually won't see any Vipers. This is going to be very close to a complete mirror matchup. Killjoys, Omens, a Sova versus Jet, a Raze, and then the Brimstone and the Jet as well. So very close to mirrored up matchups here on Icebox.
I think one of the biggest things.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. We all make mistakes, some more than others, and I think one of the biggest mistakes was subbing Surfear out of the game. I'm just kidding. I'm making a big deal out of it. No, sorry. Chat seems to really like Surfear, so I'm really just riling them up at the moment.
Leaning into it a little bit harder.
Yeah. Just get fan favorite. Got to boost them up. You got to really carry them in there. But nonetheless, Icebox officially underway. A pause. Actually, never mind. We're gonna get a pause. In second one, a technical difficulty problem has ensnared ourselves into it, and I think that round one is a very important round for most games. For this one, it's usually just a matter of hitting shots, just one-tapping with a ghost, doing your best. I'm predicting an A push. That's what I'm going to call. If it's B, then I'll change my answer to B.
I mean, let's be real. Sac State on map number 1 were the A pushers, and UBC were the B pushers in that game number 1. So, if anything is to be said for it, if Sac State actually keep to that momentum, it'd be very interesting to see. And if UBC are able to pressure it off here in the starting stages, I would be very entertained as well. I'm still a little hesitant because, like you said, this map is not very well run. You don't practice it as often, so I want to see what they decide to do. Again, rounds 1 and 2 I feel are always test fields. You kind of throw whatever you were trying to do at the start, and you try and play fast and loose, and you kind of poke and prod at your opponent. What gets the response? Does poking at B get a full man rotate, or does it only bring 1 or 2? Are they still worried about A? That's a lot of information that you can play with, and if they can, that's great. If they don't, and they just keep going for the same thing over and over again, getting a read on that is very important on this type of map.
I think we may actually see Surfear come out. Apparently, enough difficulty has been had that they're actually contemplating subbing out the player that's having complications and bringing Surfear back in. So maybe this is the curse of Surfear. Maybe they're like, hey, you sub me out and you will face my wrath. I'll tell you what, you're probably going to be facing somebody out there. One of these Surfear stands is DDoSing that player or something. They're taking him out of the match. Like, no, he's coming back in. We need that Cypher main to come through. And I'll be honest with you, Cypher is not good on this map. I mean, it is not a good. There's just really no great utility position for it. There's no tight doorways where you can get a good, Cypher smoke to be able to catch feats like you can have on, like our last map we had. And of course, there's one on Ascent as well towards B site. There's no good positions for that. It's just, he doesn't fit in. He's not a cool kid when it comes to this map. He doesn't hang out with the best of them. And so, while I absolutely love Cypher on basically every map, it's just not this one.
Yeah, and if they do, that'll be a test to his skill. Right at that point, you're putting just about everything you can into his pocket, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But like you said, not a lot of good opportunities. It really comes down to just another gun on the map, right? Just another player that can run around, take a couple shots, and that's all you can do. So if they do plug him in, I'm excited to see. Maybe he will bring out the Viper that we were hoping to have. We are still waiting. I think we're, like you said, getting that set up. Yep, so that's going to be the forest draw coming out, and we will have.
And we're going into map 3, guys, heading our way over. Looking forward to that one. A draw, an interesting scenario. I've never seen that. We're going to have to change our record books here for the NECC. Slight difference might have to be made. No, Kurt's gonna have to get fixed out. I think they're gonna give him the boot and take him away.
And remember, this is now not a swap of the players in the same rosters. So what had happened is Surfear and Kurt were in, and then Surfear swapped out, so Silvern came in, and now Kurt is out and Surfear is in. So they still technically have a roster swap made, just Kurt is the one that is no longer going to be in this round. So all eyes on Silvern to really step up and help the team win as well.
Yeah, so I think that we're going to have to see something different here. And I say that in probably the most unironic way. we just talked about it. Cypher just doesn't fit on this map. It's not really, it just comes down to gun skill. And that's the one thing that Surfer doesn't have. He's got the looks, he's got the ability, he's got the utility. Not winning all of those 50-50 gunfights. They were getting the butt into that. Sac State did a much better job of winning those 50-50s, and you kind of needed that extra player for a map like this. It's not really utility-based. Maybe Smokes rely a lot on some of those control players, like an Omen, a Brimstone take control, even an Astra, honestly. I mean, Viper with her new Smokes as well is really good. You have to rely on cutting off sight lines, and Cypher's just isn't the best person to do that. Those tripwires, they don't have much utility effect because you can just avoid them on this map because it's so wide to step in. There's so many different angles. On A, there's 10 different ways to cross across, pipes. On B, there's 2, but like just go the other way. It's so there's just Cypher just is doo-doo garbage when it comes to Icebox. Just not going to be the play.
Yeah, well, we're still getting information as they're still getting the team sorted out, but I agree, right? Just what other agent will you run? And Astra is one that I still want to see a player utilize properly, right? How can you use a lot of this utility that is vastly different than any other agent that they've released thus far? If that can happen here on Icebox, that's very impressive. A lot of those kind of large scale situations where you might want to be able to cut off a whole side of the map, that is very good. However, I don't think it's going to occur as we are loading back in. Just to give you an update once again, I do believe Surfir is back out. Kurt has rejoined and said, cool, I'm good to go. So it is going to be Silver in and Surfir out.
So close. We're so close. Oh, unfortunate. No, I mean, we can always say that Kurt takes another dive off stage. You know what I mean?
Oh, jeez.
Someone just unplug his Ethernet real fast. The old Destiny strategy to beat the raid boss. Unplug and replug really quickly. So you can. It's right now we're attributing Kurt to a raid boss. So maybe that's a good thing to Kurt. Maybe that's a compliment to Kurt. So who knows? But I mean, Kurt's a pretty good player. Dropped 19 kills the game before, and that was the second highest in the match. So I mean, you could quantify that as a raid boss. It was the highest for their team. So.
Maybe. And if he's able to pull it off again, that'll be very impressive. He is on the Sova, or at least hovering the Sova this time around, which has a lot more site clearing, I would say, utility to work with that Hunter's Fury. If he's able to set up properly with his team, a huge problem that UBC kind of had was the fact that they would do a quick push but wouldn't really be able to defend afterwards. So a lot of the Sac State wins were completely give over the site and be able to retake afterwards. So hopefully Kurt with the Sova is able to defend a bit better with the prep that they have. So we are loading in, finally loading in. Hopefully no pause coming through once again, but excited to see what he can, what him and Silver are able to do with the Killjoy and Sova combination.
No, I think we're gonna have 13 more pauses just from their side, because each pause now at this point that they have to do is a round loss. So if Okanagan go for another pause, it's a round loss. Let's just do 13 in a row. Let's go for the full 13 trifecta, right? Just go straight out. Sir Fierce back. No. Kurt's, struggling to get into the match again. No, but Sir Fierce here. No need to fear. Sir Fear is here. So what is the underdog quote? Like, no need to fear. Underdog is here. Man, that was a great movie.
Oh, that's an oldie, I think, right? How
not that old. Underdog's like mid 2000s, right? Like,
oh man, I'm old.
Underdog had
I'm old now.
Underdog had a classic, like, I mean, there was the comedy, like the TV show in 1964. I was talking about the movie though, the 2007
okay.
movie.
I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, with Jason Lee and Peter Dinklage. Like that one. That was a good one.
All right, let's go back to the action here.
Sorry, Underdog really, stole my heart for a second there and apparently took my brain with it. But starting off quickly here, Quiz engaging swiftly, finding Splinter out with the Ghost, and they're trying to snuff out more and more of the competition, but a Nano Nade will make it hard to plant in default, and Quiz, who finds one, can't find another on top, as Thickbang and now Silver and will find on top. A 3v3 situation. Thickbang gets the spike planted down, but a two-player flanker on the rear. No call-out seemingly has been made. This could catch those players off guard. I don't think this side is aware of it as of the current moment. Okanagan may get caught off guard by Psycho and Rux, but it's going to have to rely on Darian making a sufficient distraction on the other side. Will drop a rift down, maybe peeking through doorway. They're going to be spotted by a drone, and now Psycho's position is given away, but Thickbane finds Darian. NanoNade tagging out Psycho for a little bit longer. They need to step inside, shooting. Silvern finds Rux, and Thickbane cleans up with a 3K to find Psycho. These control players from minute 1, or should I say round 1, being that top player already.
Yeah, and I agree with this. UBC, this is their map. This is their one to run their show early. And them on the attacking side should give them an opportunity to set the pace of the game, set kind of that difference in skill on a map they chose. And maybe they, being that underdog, being in that 2-6 position, might have an opportunity to bring this to a 1-1 scenario in the series. If they can continue to ramp up in this aggression, in this improbable matchup, I almost want to say, they have an opportunity to get themselves, a 3 or 4 round lead if they continue to catch Sac State off guard.
Man, if they can win this map, we're going to map 3, which for some people means no sleep, but for other people says, hey, this is a banger of a matchup. But a rush coming through. Splendor finds one before being felled by Rux. And now you've got yourself a 3v4. Saucy with the judge, looking to be the judge, jury, and executioner of the opposing side as a player looking to step towards that screen entrance. Gets sheriffed out, doesn't fall until a wallbang has to do it instead, but Kurt, quick to return it. And now a 3v2, still that one-man disadvantage as Psycho right-clicks their way to victory, finds Silvern. And now the position has been known, looking to find another, finds Kurt. Could a 3K be imminent? You see Thickbang making the rotation around, could catch off guard. Rux has a turnaround as the judge looking to panic. Player stepping up on ropes, gonna be distracted, and Psycho finds the 3K, and Rux will start the defuse. A saved victory. We've seen 2 maps now back-to-back where it's 1-1 at the very beginning stages.
Man, this is deja vu all over again. My heart will not be able to take how close that map 1 is. I don't think I'll be able to take it if we go to, 19, 20 rounds here in this one as well. So, I mean, these guys ready to go, and Sac State being able to pull that one off again just shows their kind of resourcefulness, right? A little bit sneaky rounds all the way, and utilizing that Omen to sneak around the backside and being able to pick up some of those free kills. I have to congratulate them on that and respect them if they can continue this, and they've kind of sniffed it. You can see a 1-1-1-2, kind of pushing up a little bit further on B, getting ready to do that lurker play if the A push comes out from UBC again.
Yeah, they seem to want to kind of maybe be near blue mid, but it doesn't seem to really matter because Kaizen there with the Bullfrog finding one. And now the Maverick attempting to get it done, but it's not going to be able to connect, and neither is Kurt. Psycho finding the kill. 2-player advantage now for their side, looking to punish even further inward, and the utility is there. Saucy just with probably the coolest gun skin I've ever witnessed in my entire life, showing off and doing it at their finest attack. Silver now at 24 HP. No, this skin's cool as well. Oh, a nice shot. Cool skin and cool skills. Kaizen now headshotted out. And they're starting this one off pretty swiftly. Stunned now. Concussed, I guess I should say. Push has to come through. Default plant coming from Thickbang. No one really there to deny it. Quiz will drop down. Cannot deny, but Rux finds a consolation kill as well after Darian is felled. Saucy with their second. Trying to find a third. They're tagged, but not out yet. Nade will be tossed as they try to step away. A 1v2 situation. Saucy on their last rope here.
Yeah, and that's a hard rotate from Psycho as he's able to pick it up. He rotated so late, but was able to claim that last kill. You saw him as the fight was going down. He was still sitting over on B green. It was just like, bro, what's going on here? I don't see any action. Was able to claim one over on that side as well, but still very well done by Sac State to be able to relieve themselves of 2 rounds and be able to start moving into this the 4th round and beyond with some good guns already. The operator making an appearance. Quiz going to be grabbing that one, and you can see UBC finally getting the full gun treatment that they've been wanting so far.
Finally, we'll see that economy come through. Maybe we'll have a bit of a resurgence. We'll get out of this great depression we've had for these first 3 rounds and maybe come into the booming or the roaring force for round 4. Maybe that's the answer, but you see an operator come out. Quiz looking to get a snipe as well. Maybe can tag out. This is a very nice sight line over on this A site, but I desperately want to see a B side push come. They've consistently gone for A. You know that they're doing a split kind of presence to be known. They've got that 2-3 kind of, play style heading for them, but it's not what I want to see. I want to see a B push come out because I I want them to try something different because what they've been doing just hasn't worked. I think they are going to make the rotation to B, but you could have a bad situation. Darian and, of course, Psycho could be there to shut them down.
You can kind of hear it. He can hear the drone going out. Might see it go straight over his head and doesn't spot him. Oh, that is so damaging. If Psycho is able to pull this off, that is a huge play for him and his team.
They're all around him. Psycho not aware. Finding one. Looks for the second. Can't collect it. And now you see Thickbang, who's teleported away as the Omen, now has the rear of the opposition. Looking to maybe punish off. They've got control. The attacker Killjoy will be dropped as well, but Quiz finds it with the blade. Nice connection to the head. And now you've got another one falling. Rux connecting to Splinter, trying to step away, will be detained, however. And now they're going to be forced to stand there for quite some time. Saucy finding Quiz, trying to find another, finds Darian. 3K imminent, maybe, but it's still a 2v2. Time will have to tell.
Saucy coming in spicy. Hearing these rounds, about 12 seconds left. They should have an easy plant still. And gets a nice little snack as Rux, out of the detained situation, is going to get some assistance from Kaizen Strife, and they will get the B fuse. So Sac State played that very well, played it within the time frame of the attacker's lockdown as well. So very, very impressed on this A side. And again, such a well-placed Psycho situation. Held his shot, trigger control to the max, although he did, I think, run face first into Kurt. So, you know, very well done by Sac State to always have the lurker and not rotate a full A site yet.
I think, which is new for me, actually. I think that thinking kind of hurts my head a little bit, but I genuinely think that going to B site was the right decision. You were able to get a plan down. You had a substantial amount of players. You were just outgunned. It just came down to losing that differential in the fight. You weren't winning every 50-50 engagement. I think one of the big things that kind of set it up was Psycho's weird play behind box, situating themselves in a spot near green and really catching them off guard. And it may have only caught one, but like it hurts, and it's going to continue to hurt. Quiz finding Kurt, and a one-man advantage gathered very early on. We'll have to see whether or not Okanagan has an answer to it because, oh, sorry, yeah, Okanagan has an answer to it. My brain for a second there thinking hurts. Or if they're just going to take that one fat L early on.
Yeah, and that's also the Sova, which you want to utilize for those shock darts and a little bit of extra information with those seeking bolts. So they're now going to have to, I feel, push him blind wherever they do go, and they're relegated completely back to their spawn side. That's not where you want to be as time is starting to tick down. And that's Psycho just saying, nah, you can't go B either. You got nowhere to go. Take it and pick your poison.
Pick your poison, indeed. Man, that's like, that is, man, I'm going to steal that. That's mine. It's my favorite thing about casting with people I don't cast with as much. I get to steal vocabulary. That's mine now. Thank you. I stole vocabulary in first grade. Yoinked that. Learned new words. Like one of my favorite words, ancient. Stole that. All mine now. But speaking of all mine, Rux taking Saucy. Now felled by Splinter on the refrag. They've gone up through tube. One is holding down by Blue as well. Trying to figure out to head to B side. It looks like they'll fake the plant, but it'll be Quiz finding the kill. And another one coming. Silver, the last one left. Darian trying to punish. Darian will fall to Silver, but there's no time left at all. And it does not bode well. I think they're just going to let them have time here. Kind of buy this one out. Maybe Psycho gets a kill before the timer officially runs out. I mean, good look for it. No, they're just going to let them have it at this point. Silver will narrowly escape with their life, but yet another round victory here for Sac State will grow that margin ever further.
Yeah, Quiz. That's just dirty. You love to see a snipe from the sniper's perspective, but seeing a snipe from the victim's perspective is even worse, right? Just falling straight forward, not even seeing your attacker has to feel good. I mean, Sac State are in a pretty good situation. They kind of slowed UBC's aggressive tendencies, and I feel like this is a hard push. So this is trying to get them back on track, trying to get the momentum in the flow because they don't really have the weaponage for it. So Splinter coming out with that Blade Storm is looking to make something happen.
Did we just see
that? That sucks.
If I get up right now, would I get in trouble? Like, that hurts to a degree. I mean, I feel pain for them at this stage in time, but a push coming towards this A site. I mean, fully stacking it up, and they'll find one. Splinter able to find a kill, and Spotsy finds one as well. Kaizen able to stop the bleeding before falling to a frenzy in Kurt's hand, and it's a feeding frenzy right now. Quiz may need to think about just saving this operator. It is a 2v4, separated now to a 2v3. Psycho taking damage, not looking hot, now felled by another Frenzy. Oh my goodness, they do not want to go out without a fine Okanagan fighting and crawling their way back in a thrifty round win.
Splendor said, yo, I'll give him a handicap. We don't even need the Blade Storm to get a win. The Flash went out and said, cool, we're going to play that game. UBC come out with a round win in a situation where I did not expect them. They've done this 2 or 3 times now to me. I'm very impressed with when they throw away any of their reserves in these rounds, when they're in situations where they're like, oh, we have to worry about the enemy weapons. They do so well, and it feels like Sac State are not prepared for that aggression. Every time that you give Sac State a little bit more time in the round to set up, to prep, it's gone in their favor. So UBC need to start utilizing this information, maybe start playing a bit more fast pushes in between rounds, maybe every other round instead of every 2. I think they might come out with a lot of success.
I mean, they're going to have to at this point in time, but already starting off strong. We've got Kaizen, who's able to connect to a kill, starting off by finding the top fragger of Saucy, and they're going to be a sauce pool on the floor. Darian sitting inside of an Omen smoke will turn and find the kill. Thick bang gets banged upside the head, felled inside of mid below tube. And now a 2-man advantage for this side. Sac State saying, hey, right back at you. They have the operator as well. Quiz is continuing to bring that to the table, and typically the attack kind of has an advantage in terms of aggression for this map, but still, the defense leads at the current moment. Ruck sitting inside kitchen could catch Kurt off guard. He's not turning exactly the right way. He'll find 2. Kurt and Splendor. Now that operator back down to the floor. And Silvern, consistently being the last one alive, will continue to be the last one alive. And they're going to be hunting and trying to find this last... You hear that thunder outside? Jesus.
Oh, man. Darian going ahead and snapped up that. Just a flawless victory. And again, I am disliking more and more UBC and their slow-paced aggression. Whenever they're on the attacking side, I feel like they should be hard pushing. It's what worked for them so far. Keep doing it until Sac State start reacting, right? So far, yes, it worked interspersing it in some of the rounds, but I feel like they can do very well. They need to give themselves a bit more confidence in that setting because these slow situations are just leading to them getting picked off left and right.
Sorry, my heart is still returning. Giant thunderstrike outside. So while my heart is palpitating and continuing forward, hopefully there'll be some swift action to match my heartbeat tempo. But they have some control right now of this yellow side, looking to maybe step over. A rush comes through in the middle of that return. Psycho forced to watch as they'll be felled. And they're trying to find one in return, but Rux can't get it. Splendor on a 2K. And now Kaizen just trying to get a nano nade, swarm nade, whatever you want to call it, just trying to find something to make it a little bit less hurtful, but it's not looking hot as of this moment.
And this is what I was talking about, the fast push in. This is a map that you guys have practiced, you guys chose. Utilize that information. Know that Sac State might not have that experience, and this is what has given them another plant coming down. A couple shots go out, but Quiz and the rest of the squad are having a tough time making it in. There's the defender Killjoy, or Lockdown coming down. This is still it. Quiz gets 2.
So many ults are being popped out here. Saucy finding it, but Quiz is on a 3K tear. Saucy's trapped, detained. They'll clean up. Quiz with an ace as Darian diffuses absolutely downstream. Oh my goodness, Sac State finding it back to back. Absolutely phenomenal.
Number 1 was all about the cipher information, that macro game, the chess that you're playing in here. It's just which jet can pull off the bigger move. First opening kill was Splendor getting a beautiful jet dance straight in the pit, into the pit of B. And then it just runs right back. A beautiful ace coming out for Quiz. Disgusting play thus far, in Sac State now up 6 once again. Exact same round situation as they were before. However, now on the defense are giving themselves a little bit easier time.
I'm hoping that this operator in the hands of Quiz can continue to show some high-level presence, but the push does seem to be wanting to come towards A. Quiz looking to punish a player who has to step out. This recon bolt is denied shortly by a smoke, but as of the current moment, could go either way. This Blade Storm for the opposing side, Splinter wasted it previously, hoping to not this time, and Quiz loses a battle to a Phantom, but Saucy is losing the battle to Kaizen, trading tit for tat, a 4v4 situation, and the spike is down in this post-plant scenario. Silvern finding Darian. Now they've got themselves an attacking side advantage. And Psycho's on the flank. Could be a difficult situation, but Silvern there to deny. Just up to Rux and Kaizen. It's not looking good for them.
They are doing so well. Now the defuse coming out. Rux has to be stopped.
Unfortunately, Silvern does clean up a 3K though. I think that's actually. Did you hear that one?
Yes, I did. It sounded like someone knocking on your door just as Sac State are knocking and trying to find their revenge. UBC this time 2 decently quick pushes. I wouldn't say fast just yet, but this has been a very entertaining match, and now I think UBC have finally found their groove. Stop playing slow. Understand that Sac State are a little bit wary of the current situations that they can be in. So go ahead and play up. Go ahead and start trying to pressure in and force Sac State into disadvantageous situations that benefit you. Again, a 4-man push might be the opportunity.
Man, I liked your segue. I really did. But Quiz finding 2, able to take out Kurt and Thickbang, but Splendor able to find one of their own. Tied again at this 3v3, but it's looking like the side of Okanagan's going to rotate back, not wanting to push too far, maybe take it back to the B side, but Psycho looking for maybe an opportunity to deny. We know that they have some cheeky positioning initially. Can they maintain that as well? They're going to take the far push towards Garage, heading towards Green. The tip of the head spotted. Psycho finds a second, looking for the third, and is able to find it all in the same mag. Psycho gets the 3K. And holy cow, that lightning was really close. I'm pretty sure that hit a tree in my neighborhood.
I can hear the fear in your voice, and I feel so bad right now. Like, I'm talking about the cast, and all I can think is, oh my gosh, did he just get struck by lightning? Is he going to be on the news now?
Outside, yeah. Somebody's car or a tree got hit, because that, like, struck, and then I heard something fall, and then the big thunder, like, something's not okay. But I'm totally okay, much like we're seeing Sac State be totally okay on this one. I can do segues too.
We're just throwing it back and forth. We're gonna see what happens there. And again, yeah, Sac State though 7-3 right now on a map that they did not choose has to feel great, right? They're doing very well in that situation, and being able to prioritize this A site and realizing kind of the complication after that fast push and the rotate. Again, UBC, they were doing so well, and now trying to fall back into the defensive ways. These pushes are doing very well. Attacker lockdown, once again, giving them the opportunity for an A-side plant. I love this setup from UBC.
Yeah, this one has been done continuously. It's going to attempt to detain, but they'll step out nearly, and Sac State still have all their players alive. A 5v5 post-plant, and Psycho's teleported straight into the middle of the action, but will be shot out and removed, and now he's going to have to take the full roam all the way back. This could be very difficult for them because of the issue of timing. But Kurt making it more difficult. Psycho felled by Saucy. Darian just trying so hard to keep back into it, but this paranoia will make it more difficult, and so will Splendor. Kaizen finding 2 before falling, and it's going back and forth, but I think the damage has been done quite substantially so far to Okanagan. They're going to take the L in this half in terms of their attack, but they still have managed to get themselves at least 4. They can try for the 5th before the switch.
Already fallen. It's just the matter of a question of how far have they fallen, right? And I hate the fact that they found their groove in the last about 4 rounds, right? Once you start being aggressive, keep with that aggression, 100% commit to that situation. The only reason they lost the round before, the round prior to their round 11 victory, was the fact that they decided to swap back to B, and that's what let Psycho just have an amazing time and run of the show with the 3-man ace. They just need to understand that keep pressing forward. And at some point, Sac State, I feel, are going to falter. If you're on the attacking side, big question marks coming out. If Sac State are on the attack, if UBC are on the defense, and Kaizen looking ready to stuff this aggression.
Oh, double barrel stuffed in that moment. Silfern's able to clean up the kill, but it was definitely assisted by Splendor, needing to double peek that to guarantee success against Kaizen. Honestly, I'm gonna kind of segue to a different point. Who are you giving an early prediction here for MVP? It's insanely difficult to say. I mean, I genuinely can't give it to one player. They're very equal across the board, but maybe they'll try to give that show up. But Splendor finds Rux. Quiz finding Splendor on that refrag. They'll find a second with a frenzy, and Psycho finds Thick. And now Quiz just trying to stay alive, can't do it as Silvern collects the call. That is their life. And now a 1v2, finding one, finding a third, and it's 4K. Silver with a clutch, ending that half off, 7-5.
Switching sides.
Spike plan just for show as the sides have been swapped, but again, keeping it within 2 rounds feels amazing. Now you are on the defense. You might have this under wraps a little bit more because Sac State might not know the positionings to go for, right? They basically position Psycho always on the defense, so big question marks on who is going to be defending for UBC, who is the one that they can kind of exploit in the situations. And for the first round, it actually looks like they're going to try him for a split. I really dislike this. I feel like they just go straight for one side, choose A or B, maybe up, through mid, and try your tempo there, but don't split. Don't give UBC the opportunity to lay down suppressive fire with those pistols.
Man, I'm just so looking forward to what they try to bring to the table in this attack. They've had more consistent Omen smokes, I think. They've had more consistency with the paranoias. I'm thinking that this is going to be where Sac State says, hey, we got this level of aggression. The issue is it still was extremely close on that last map. When they had switched, it kind of became a difficulty. It was pretty harsh to try and go in on that, but it'll be hard. Thickbang finding Psycho, but Darian and Rux will find Thickbang and Splinter on that refrag. And now you've got yourself a player disadvantage, and they're continuing to try and bring that hurt to the table. Saucy dropping down. Oh my goodness, hitting the first frenzy shot to the head and connecting to the body with a second, taking them out for the count. They're able to tie it back in a 3v3. Saucy with the frenzy looking to find another, can't, but it's gonna go the other way because Silver finds Darian. Just enough damage to support. 2v2. This is just consistency at its finest. Recon Bolt finding one. Kaizen looking to maybe tag with a ghost as they're going to Shock Bolt out default, maybe baiting those out at this point in time to buy time. Knows the position of that Sova player. They need to act swiftly though. Silvern and of course Kurt still holding long back. I think they're baiting a rotate to maybe try and convince that they're going to be, and you do in fact see that Kurt was kind of stepping away. They're not going to stay away, however. I think the audio cue was made at the last moment, but this fight can go either way, and quite honestly, it's got to be engaged quickly because at this point in time, you don't have much time to plant, and you need to act on it. Throwing up top now into Tube. He's going to take shots. Ruck finding Kurt. Trying to go for Sir Silver, but can't get it down with the plant. No, he gets off. He's not going to get it. He's going to step away. Why? Hop off. He'll find the kill, but it doesn't seem to matter. I think the term is, I don't want to say this, I think the term is inting, that's what a lot of people would call it. I mean, it's just timing. I think he just didn't think he was safe.
Do I dare say he got iced on Icebox? Because that feels...
I like that one.
Feels like he thought he actually had the plant and was ready to move very, very quickly on. He just didn't properly maneuver over, right? He thought he had that snap and was ready to move as soon as it went down. But he unfortunately moved too quickly, and that's just... Oh, that's unfortunate right there.
Wait, getting iced on Icebox. Please send me your Venmo. I will pay you $2 to do that and to have you never use it again because I want it to be mine. But
I'm giving you all the good sound bites now, I feel.
Yeah, I want a DMCA on that. I want to copy that. So.
I think I may have pulled it from someone else. I'm not too sure.
You gotta link me to it so I can Venmo them $2.
Yeah, all right, just bounce the $2 around, travel around, try and see where it goes. But a couple shots go out over here on the B site. So this time it looks like Sac State are ready to go to attempt, and Darian has found that that little bit of a rotating kill. This might be the opportunity.
And with Thickbang picking up Quiz, could be dangerous. Splinter's trying to step away in time, but in this 4v4, Darian's able to make it a little bit farther as Kaizen will as well. Splinter and Silver fine, but Splinter will be down. Silver on an absolute tear. I don't know where they have been the last game. This is the sub 4, of course, as we know, Sir Fear. Honestly, Silver's had such a high level of impact. It's kind of astonishing to see that they weren't playing in map 1. Rux rotating around to the back of side, able to plant now in this situation. Maybe a plant will actually come down, but Server and sitting around inside that kitchen hallway could make it difficult. Spike initiating audio cue has been given away. Silver looking to shoot, finds it in the end. In another round victory, we're going to 7-7 tie here.
These guys just don't want us to go to sleep here, and I have to agree, Silver has started looking amazing. Started catching his groove right at the tail end of that first half, and now in the opening rounds here, has pulled off very clutch victories for his team. Question being, though, of course, maybe he prefers Icebox a little bit more. Maybe he really enjoys this map, and this is the reason that they brought him out here for this series, right? Just on this map, maybe rotate Surfer in once he goes to the opposite side. But again, so far on this map, it looked like it is all his, and now UBC are in position to actually put themselves at the forefront. So far, throughout outside of the opening rounds, they have never had a lead in the round score, so this would be a huge turning point for them.
I mean, honestly, they've only had the lead in the beginning rounds, right? Like in the pistol round when they win the first, right? That's like the only time they usually get it, if they even get it, honestly. So could be something to, I don't know, keep in mind. I mean, nonetheless, we will see if they're able to actually have some substantial round victors ahead and not a kind of fruitless round like a pistol. But Saucy taking Quiz out, and they'll collect to a second onto Ice Psycho. And they're going to start off strong, which does give a pretty big hint as to their level of capability. Rux denies Saucy some more, but killed off by Kurt. Darian with a Sheriff into Kurt as well. It's back and forth both directions, but Silvern, not to ever be outdone, connects onto Darian. And this massive amount of damage does not bode well for Kaizen. A Splendor will kill with a wallbang with the Maverick. Defense will win it out, and they're actually ahead by a round.
They have to be so happy. Right, this has been emphatic from them here in these statements, because I was curious, right? Sac State, they did very well in the opening rounds of map 1. They were the ones that set the tempo in there when they were on the attacking side. This time around, UBC have won, if you want to count it, 3 rounds straight so far here. They have not let up at all here on the defense. They have played it perfectly thus far. Only time I think, well, not so perfectly. First round of this half was, of course, that timeout. The unfortunate situation, but Sac State have got to start looking and finding those golden opportunities. Where can you push? And looks like B Green is not that place.
Yeah, Psycho able to get a kill into Splendor, and Thick Bang, who is now able to step away, will still continue to be a threat. I think this mid presence control towards blue mid could be fruitful, but it's not being put to its full effect. And long shots connecting from both Psycho and Darian will fell Kurt. And you've got yourself a man advantage at this point in time. But that player sitting inside just behind Tube of this B site. What is called apparently B orange. It's interesting position all across the board. You got blue, orange, green, yellow. It's a terrible colorblind map for me. But Thickbane finding Psycho. Omen on Omen. Violence goes in the favor of the opposing side. Tied back to a 3v3. And it looks like they're going to rotate all the way back to push A sides.
I can actually agree with this. You can see UBC actually having some trouble deciding where they want to go, but Sac State should be able to read that no one is actually on site. They should just hard push plant, make sure they actually get the plants off this time, and UBC should be none the wiser. Yeah, they can hear it, but they can't push in haphazardly. That's going to be the plant, and now a hard rotate back out into a nest and belt means that they're going to position just right. I think the spike is just right out in the open, so should be able to get some frags here if they play it correctly.
Did you see the nano come through? Silvern's going to try and wall bang up inside of Tube, or sorry, Nest, the actual A nest itself, and is not able to, you know, find enough in the process, and it's because this opposing side are sitting pretty far back. Shots through the wall, they're going to go in with the ult as well, knocking them off their feet as it is stated, but Saucy will not seem to matter. They'll refrag Darian, who finds out Thickbang. Back to a 1v1, and it's going to be Kaizen who wins it this time around. Why is it the Killjoys in these clutch situations that continue to find the kills? But finally, they'll stop the bleeding themselves. It was a quick 5 rounds back-to-back that went in the opposing team's favor. And they're able to finally bring it back, tying now at 8-8.
Man, these teams, not much to change, even though Sac State has a lot more on the line. But UBC ready to go out with a bang, with that pride of a squad. And I have to give it to them thus far. Fighting back in a scenario where you obviously know that, hey, our position isn't going to change. We are still going to have to face some strong opponents here in the playoff season. I'm very impressed with what they can do so far, and now Psycho ready to shut it down and say, hey, look, your dreams, we're going to shatter them right here. We want to make it possibly to 4th place.
They're going to be trying absolutely everything, pulling everything out of the books, and as the battle bots will roam the field, they'll continue to try and keep it up. A Sheriff will relegate that one out. The wasted electronics will unfortunately not have anything happen with them, but I think we're going to see the fact that if you look over at that A side, look how much utility is tossed over there. Like, they're baiting out information, they're baiting out time. You could see an ult maybe come through if they can charge it from Psycho to maybe teleport back. He just needs one at this point in time to get it. Maybe they plan A, because A side is entirely free as of the moment. Kaizen Strife has that information. He knows that they can step forward to maybe gather, but time will have to tell. Silver now falling to Quiz. A massive frag for their side. Silver on a tear with 18 kills, tying it up with Quiz. And it looks like the Sac State side will take the advantage of that fight. Now you're going to have to see if Okanagan can rotate in time to match the tempo set that they're going for themselves.
30 seconds left.
A little bit slow though. Like you had said, you would hope for the rotate a little bit earlier. Now this still gives time for UBC to get at least in position outside doors into the rafters, so they have the option to possibly make it in. But this is a 5-on-3 situation, 5 members strong for Sac State. They're going to be able to punish very, very well.
Psycho able to find Thick Bang. Could be a flawless victory. Kurt and Saucy, the last two remaining. Can they find a kill with this Marshall up on this catwalk? Kurt will not be able to, but maybe we'll see Saucy. They're now blind. No retinas available. Missing the jump, and it will, in fact, be a flawless round. So we're seeing Sac State finally say, hey, we're not out. You may have seen a 5-round comeback, but hey, we can do it just the same. So they're 2 in, one of those a flawless. Things are looking pretty hot.
Yeah, again, it takes time to adjust, and I expected as much from Sac State. I expected them to be a little bit slow in that situation of trying to find their rhythm here on the attacking side. You have to set the tempo yourselves. You have to set that flow and pace of the game on your own, and you can't play to your opponent's tune. Obviously, that's hard to do if you're on the defensive side, but Sac State looked rough, right? They didn't know a lot of their attacking patterns. They didn't know where they wanted to go, and now it seems that they have. You can see a little bit more decisiveness coming out from them as they attack B.
They're looking for a chance to punish. They're going pretty quickly, but they still have that split. They like to bring 3B, 1 mid, 1 towards A to gather information. That Killjoy to push in, but Splendor has these blades up and ready as well as an operator. It'll be pretty difficult to face off against. You're seeing some utility come out as well. The Omen teleport leading over towards the actual yellow container. They're looking for a chance. Did the Paranoia connect? They have no sightlines. No one seemingly at back corner near Snowman. Thick Vein is actually pretty close indeed. He does spot out corner. You still have Splendor with the blades in hand. I'm thinking B site may not be the play, but at this point in time, you haven't gotten a kill and you haven't bought enough time to force the rotate. You may face a lost fight because the intel has been gathered and Quiz is aware of the Killjoy on your side.
Just dropping the utility now, and so UBC have got to know something's up. They spot out that B is nowhere. No enemies there, and A is getting attacked, so why are you so slow on the rotate? Come on, make it over. Sac State can't really do a 4-1 and do a sneaky set, and that's going to be a miss on the Blade Storm.
How many right clicks have we seen miss? Silver and fighting on top of Rux, and Psycho find 2. Now you're back to a 3v3, but Kurt will find 2 back-to-back as well. And now a 1v3, no time on the clock. Psycho, last player standing, but not for long. Silver and finding the kill, tied 9-9. Man, who is Silver? Where did they come from?
Silver came out of the solo queue ranking and said, cool, let me get your team real quick. That's what he did, it feels like. Just all over the place, and so far has stacked up an immense amount of kills, now 20 deep in this map. And I mean, even the lockdowns, I was surprised when he used one of the lockdowns early on just to secure the site. Very, very impressed with this player thus far. And, you know, if he can... I want to see him on another map, right? This is almost as rare as, say, like, hey, bring out Viper on Icebox, but, you know, we don't see the Viper here. Instead, we see a Silver, an actual player. They say that, yeah, specifically for this map is great.
Difficulty going in. Rux was able to connect onto a kill, and you see Rux, who went for the giant party stopper, not able to go forward with it. A Hunter will come through, narrowly escaping death. Quiz doesn't take any damage at all from it, shockingly enough, and the Boombot, I believe, tags Kurt for just a little bit on top of it, but this plants down successfully. They have full control. One player in the flank could be Splendor, who's looking for a chance to punish, but a teleport can come through, and Rux will come through as well to take it out. You see Psycho teleported around to the rear side, may be able to catch out in that defender-sided spawn.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually where he wants to be. He needs to possibly rotate over. Might be able to catch 2 in the back if he can catch up with his team. And that's going to be a spray down. Thickbang goes ahead, takes out Quiz. Rux grabs 3, and Kaizen makes it 4. This might be a hard attempt as Silvern faced up against everyone. And then some. So Psycho just goes ahead and says, yeah, no cleanup for you this time.
Man, that hurts. I mean, quite honestly, like when you're so neck and neck at this point in time, things have to continuously work in your favor, and it's so close. It's nearly impossible to give one side an edge over the other. Silvern, really the person giving the edge for their side. 20 kills to their name, and even consistency mostly across the board. 10 kills to Thickbang, 11 to Splinter, and 11 to Kurt, and then 14 for Saucy. But for the opposing side, Quiz, Rux have 18, Psycho has 17, and only Kaizen and Darian seemingly lag behind. It's that one standoff player for the CSUDH side in comparison to the 3 or 4 that are showing up on the Sac State side. Maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, those are a couple kills also picked up there. That's going to make it a 2 for 1 in that situation. So UBC now with a man down, and also Raze sitting on very low health. Might have some complications. Again, if they lose this one, they will be put in a 2-round deficit at a turning and crucial part of this map. You're going to rotate in. Full sides selected in each. So Spike is down. All eyes on UBC. If they can clutch this out, they need to start moving in, possibly getting some frags. But spots up on Psycho. Looks up, looks down, and Saucy says, cool, I'm right below you. That's going to turn it into a 2v1. Sac State with 2. Couple shots going out. Trying to catch Okanagan sleep, and Saucy down with 13 HP. Might not be able to do too much. Gets a couple shots off on the arm. That's only a pistol as Rux goes, no show for you. I'll stop it right there.
That is just unfortunate. Quite frankly, it hurts on a theoretical and factual level, I guess. Unfortunately, when you have 13 HP and a high nooning revolver in hand, it doesn't always equal the most high standard. I mean, at that point, just spam the I need healing key. You may not be Genji, but at the very least, maybe someone will help you out, but no one there to help out. Lost his team, and nothing was working out for them, so now a 2-round lead advantage. We're seeing them surmount that comeback despite that 5-round differential that came through. And I'm really looking forward to whether or not Sac State can finish this off strong, because they have 3 players with 19 kills. They're really trying to bring out everyone to get this win.
Yeah, and props to UBC for pulling that off, right? They have forced Sac State into a position that they probably didn't want to be in. They don't want it to be this close. They want to be able to show that going into playoffs, they are a stronger team, and they have not been afforded that opportunity. They have been battered and beaten and bruised thus far, and a lot of their flaws have been exposed to their opponents. So this is the time to round it out, get these next 2 rounds in your pocket. You don't really have the ultimates on your side, but you have the choices, right? You have that opportunity to kind of play forward. And that's going to be the lockdowns actually double used, and this might be the bait that they're wanting.
Interesting. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter too much. Saucy will remove Quiz from the equation, I guess you could say. But, I mean, control has been fully gathered of this B site, and it was what you talked about. It was a bait onto that A site. It was completely felled for, and now as Kurt will take Rux, Psycho finds Thickbang, Kaizen into Splendor. This bait has been so satisfactory that I'm pretty sure not even Kaizen was completely aware of it at the time. They dropped the lockdown, the opposing team dropped the lockdown, and they full sent B. No chance to have it happen. And now a 3v3 engaging on side in a post-plant scenario. Kurt looking for a diffusing situation, seems to just be tapping. Silvern finds Psycho. They'll go in with a full spree out, knocking them up and hopefully keeping them off of it, but time will have to tell. Saucy finding Kaizen. Now 1 player left. They'll try and knock him off, and they will. Silvern cleans it up, and there's just enough time. It's going to go 11-10 on the score.
Sac State had the right idea, just a very slow execution, right? I feel as soon as you hear the slapdown of the defender lockdown, you could have rotated straight in and then actually rotated your Killjoy out and been able to have 5 members on that B site with a very quiet Okanagan on the slow rotate on the backside of their spawn. Again, that's just me speaking out of my butt at that point. Don't say that's correct or anything. But again, execution is key here, I feel. And little bit slower. They would have been able to prep, but where they're getting a lot of these kills, I have to respect them for that, is the rotate kills, finding those quick frags on the rotate. You know, UBC kind of caught sleeping in some of those situations, but very well done for them to hold on and keep this map close.
I had a big joke lined up, but I didn't want to do it because I thought it was a little bit too stupid, even for my days. I was going to go. Sorry, speaking out my butt. It was fart humor. But, you know, Splendor finding 2. Rux and Psycho now relegated out. It looks like we'll be heading to an 11-11, unless we can see the Sac State side really try and bring this one back, maybe catch the opposing team off guard, and it's not looking that way. Thick banging Kaizen strike into the next realm here we see, and we have to go into the next round as well, but it's now a 2v5. Could be a flawless victory to come through, but I'm not too sure. Quiz and Darian could have a chance, and it doesn't look to be the way, as Quiz will fall to the wayside, and now Darian in a 1v5. There's one player you expect to nail it. It's Darian of all players, the 11-16 hero. Maybe they can bring it up to a 16. I can't do math, man. I'm dumb today. 16-16 and tie it up in the end.
Finally picked one. Thickbang says no. Thickbang said, just straight up said no, we're not dealing with any sort of highlight play here. Just denied and dropped down. So now we're in an 11-11 situation. This is as close as you can get it, except for maybe 2 more rounds. But Sac State got to be scratching their heads a little bit, because if they lose this one, it goes over to Bind, which both these squads, I believe, had banned out Haven and the others. So Bind one, maybe these guys are not totally comfortable with, so they really don't want to send it over. And again, losing a map might also affect their points going into that tiebreaker, even if they win the series. So very, very tight, intense situation for them as they look to try and do a 4-man push here into 8.
Yeah, you're gonna have to worry about how to take the stance, and that's not the way to do it. Saucy finding Quiz, and now you've got a poor situation where you're a player down, and if they win the round, it's gonna go into match points, and that's gonna be the first time you've seen the other team hit match point for it. It was you the round before, the map before, I guess I should say. They managed to stay even with you across it, but Saucy and Rux in a bit of a firefight. Nade will be tossed going on to the top of pipes. Darian's gonna take a lick of damage off of it as well. And now you've got 2 damaged players at about 70 HP each. Exactly 70 HP each, I should be exact. But, I mean, where's the rotations coming from? Where are the rotations from this defensive side? I'm not seeing anything on the board. Where's Okanagan's rotate? They still have 2 players in mid, 1 over by B. If we just see Sac State rush in and find these 2 kills they need, then we could get a post-plant scenario with actual success. Rux finding Saucy, now just a player towards the defender spawn, 1 player coming towards screen. They need to get this spike downward. Oh no, that is a dirty nade. Silver and dirty as well to find Rux. And they'll be thick bang on the return, but Silvern finds their 2nd kill. A 2v3, trying to turn around. Kurt finds it, and there's Silvern with the 3K. Where did they come from? I don't know, but they're about to bring us straight into map 3.
My gosh, UBC might take the map that they themselves chose over Sac State. And I mean, if they do, I have to be, one, very excited. I wish I could hear their comms, right? Getting a win here would be amazing, but they still have to close it out, right? Sac State now have nothing to lose as well. Yes, they lose a round or whatever, but you have 3 ultimates on your end. You have the Omen Shadow teleport. You also have the Blade Storm available. You have the Showstopper as well, which is the exact same 3 ultimates that UBC also has. So this is a mirrored ultimate, mirrored ending. If everyone has to talk, so double Blade Storms have been popped already.
I mean, not a good situation, obviously, and the economy for, you know, Sac State is looking worse for wear. They're not fully sent in. Rux will drop the party, looking in, able to fully commit as the moment, but this rocket fuse is ever ticking slower. They'll launch it over towards stairs. Nothing will seem to matter. The boom button will come out, but they're gonna be able to get this spike down and put themselves in a position to be able to play this post plant in an even 5-5, but they're an ult less. The party stopper has not yet been popped by Saucy, but this Blade Storm from Quiz could be able to find success if they push inward. I'm worried about that catwalk player that's going to come up top. I think there's at least 2 up there, but 3 coming in from screens. Silvern coming over as well as they're going to bring the Bladestorm Splendor down. They've smoked it off as well, maybe looking for a drop. Quiz finding Splendor, being refrags by Kurt. Darian looking for a plant, but Saucy's going to hop onto the defuse, being tagged through wall. They're sticking it at least to the midpoint before falling to Darian. Oh my goodness, they can't find enough, and it looks like it's going to go to a 12-12 because Thickbang is not going to have the time or the chance to get this defuse off.
Oh my gosh, Sac State come out of nowhere. Rux throws a little bit of flame back. I loved it. I love it so much. We are now in overtime, ladies and gentlemen, for the last game of the regular season. I could not ask for a better ending.
It may not even be the ending.
I know.
We have a map 3 still in the books. If Okanagan can win this, we're going to a map 3. So not only did we have a fairly long first map, I mean, it wasn't the longest. We have as long as it can really get in terms of standard time second map, possibly an overtime that could go to like 80. Who knows? I mean, it's Valorant.
Okay.
You know, the curse could come through. And then a third map if it happens, if Okanagan can do it. And then what if that goes to overtime?
I don't know, but we know some gambles have been made. Quiz actually opted for the operator, straight up with no shield. So this is a glass cannon Quiz who is sitting at 20 frags for himself. So this is all or nothing right now for the side of Sac State. As they are on the defensive here, question marks coming out. No one wants to make that first crucial move.
Oh, Saucy's like, oh, no. Get me out of here. I don't want none of that. I hear that. I go, okay, well, how did he afford that? There's sacrifices had to be made somewhere. How in the heck did that happen? But nonetheless, they're looking like they're going to put some presence towards mid. You got a player sitting inside that smoke, and they'll step into it, and Darian will punish because of it. Saucy take it out early, and it's already not looking hot right now. Okanagan have a pretty good advantage to start off here, but they need to fully. Sorry, not Okanagan. Am I actually dumb?
Sac State.
Sac State have a pretty strong advantage to start off here, taking that one man. Sac State taking the first kill is usually where we see them take advantage of it and fully push to initiate and plant.
Yeah, and this is a good rotate. I have to give him props for this. That's going to be a hard play, even though he's blind. So Kurt gets the spike down. Now the retake attempt, slow rotate from Sac State. They don't want to get caught sleeping anymore as Psycho is trying to throw down and take out a little bit of that utility that's been planted.
They're going to smoke out as well to be able to maybe get some shock bolts behind and maybe take Psycho out for the count. They'll rush through. They're going to take through as well as it's going to go. Thickbang finds 2. Now refragged by Kaizen as Quiz finds Splendor, but a defuse is going down. Could be difficult. No one really there to deny. He's trying to spray through box, but he can't get it. Silver not on the chance. Defense will be able to take it out. Spike has been diffused. Silver not able to get a 1 kill in consolation, but quite honestly not a huge deal. But now you see it. We're going to see Sac State with a round advantage now. Can they make it the double, and can they end it all?
I mean, you got to win both offense and defense here in the overtime, so keep that in mind. Every single round, these guys will be swapping back, be given 5,000 creds to work with, and that is why we don't see the operator anymore. I would have, a long shot, I would have loved to see someone's, I would have liked to see, I think it's Quiz, actually get a little bit of help someone else buy him that, but Rux says time to keep playing.
Oh, nasty shot. They're going to boost pack their way over to the side. Silvern sitting inside of this Omen smoke, able to take Rux out for the count. Silvern is doing everything they can to keep them into this one. 29 kills, absolutely just begging for the team to help them out, and I do not blame them at this point in time. Dropping nearly a 30 bomb, which could be a 30 bomb by the end of this round, is gotta be draining on them at this point in time. Psycho in a little bit of an opportunity, not able to take any damage to the opposing side, but Kaizen will into Thickbang, and Kaizen's holding fairly short, trying to fight it out, but Splendor will win the engagement. Psycho looking for a paranoia as well. Silvern will tap, it will be utiled away. Silvern hits the big birdie, taking Quiz out for the count, but Psycho into Kurt, gets the 3K, now at 31 to Psycho, and they'll defeld. Defense will win a round, and it's tied again. Oh no, this is gonna be a long overtime.
The jinx has been made, ladies and gentlemen. He says it's going to be a long overtime. We're now going to get 2 in a row. That's just how the game works. That's how caster cursing works. Go and check it every single time. I mean, just go look up, I think, caster cursing on YouTube. I'm pretty sure there's like 100 clips on it.
There'll be a billion of me probably if I actually had a compilation of it. I just make so many predictions because I'm like, when they come true, it's like, that's a clip right there. I called that, big brain, and the other one's like a little bit smooth, I've taken an iron to my brain and smoothed out the edges, just absolutely just cursing the team apparently, just voodoo magic kind of thing, just no chance. It's like a voodoo doll where it's like, oh, they're slipping up in this round. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a point where the teams have to be like, no, we don't want to cast that one, as Darian goes ahead, grabs Splinter on the back end. That's going to put it at a 4-on-5. Again, Sac State on the defense have looked better and better as time goes on, so this might be the opportunity that they're hoping for. A couple shots go out. Saucy goes ahead and gets one before he gets dropped. That's still a 2 or 3-on-4 as Thickbane goes ahead, drops the plant. And this has to be a faster, good rotate coming out. Sac State ready to go with the pinch, but UBC ready and waiting for any attempt on any entries.
Okanagan may be down one, but they're looking for a chance to end it off. Oh no, not a good situation. B and Silver will be finished off in the end by Psycho. Quiz coming in to find Kurt, but Thickbane finds Psycho in a refrag, and now Thickbane, the last player remaining, and a post plant will not remain for very long. Kaizen finishing it off, and we're going in now 14-13, and they're gonna have to do it again now on the attack. Will they be capable of it? Or are we going to another 12 or 13 overtimes? I talked about it at the beginning. I said we may see this go all the way to a dreaded infinite overtime. I said it at the beginning. You can go back. It's a clip. It's there. I guarantee it. I said we might see the infinite dreaded overtime with how back and forth this map can be.
I just want to point out how draining this has to be on any of the players.
Players? Imagine us!
Right? I love that thought. Just, man, come on. Think of us. Just end it. Just
think of us.
Let Sac State win. Just let us go to bed. It's over. It's fine. No, these guys want to play their hearts out, and I love it here. I am loving the thoughts, and Rux ready, sprinting in. You can see his team already getting snagged. A couple shots here and there, but a little bit of a flank. Might be able to pull it. Can't find the shots. No, Rux falls on the flank.
Oh, that hurts so bad. Kurt is able to clean up Psycho as Elby being felled by Darian. A 3v3, but Darian's at 10 HP. Kaizen able to make it narrower as they take out Thickbane, looking for another. Kaizen finding Silvern. That might just be it, because Silvern's out for the count. They can drop 31, but they can't drop no more. Now Saucy in a 1v3 to guarantee themselves to stay in. It's a post-plant scenario. They're sitting inside kitchen, maybe heading towards kitchen tube. But it's a difficult position, going to boost back themselves away. Notice one, tries to find it, but it won't matter. Kaizen gets the 3K, round on the back of Kaizen, but it's not going to matter. Sac State find it 15-3.
Man, you jinx it every time. I was excited. Maybe 3 or 4 overtimes, see what it goes. Only a few though, so congratulations to Sac State 1 for being able to pull off that 2-0 victory. They will now force a 3-way tie after an extended map number 2, and the rest of the squads have got to be kicking themselves. Now they have to worry about this tie-in. Their standings here in before playoffs are going to be shaken up.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that is an Okanagan fan sitting right here going, map 3, like, maybe. Unfortunately, Silvern, despite having 31 kills and only 17 deaths, is not enough to get there when Psycho, Quiz, and Kaizen are so ruthless. Even Rux, who narrowly is under Saucy with that 212 to 218 average combat score, the kill differential. Rux is even higher than Kaizen, who's in 4th. Like, oh my goodness, like there's such a differential here, and it really just came down to Silvern. Silvern one-man armying it up and really just keeping the team on their back. Map 1 with Silvern could have been an entirely different game.
Yeah, it could have, and I mean, we'll only be left with questions, right? If the side of UBC decide to play Silvern in the playoffs, and we get to see a little bit of postseason, I'd love to see what this player can do on other sides, because again, some players do have preferential decisions on what maps they play, and with substitutions, you can always decide, hey, toss out this player, go ahead and bring this one in, because these guys play much better in that situation, right? So very interested to see what they decide to do. Again, they're still in playoff position, they'll still play, it's just they'll face a stronger opponent. So right up on the bat, it's a David versus Goliath.
Absolutely. This is just phenomenal. What a great matchup we had. And if I'm going to give any player the play of the game, it would be a very difficult, because we have to vote for this match. Is who we think is this person's, and it's a difficult situation. If I look back on game one's ending, you obviously see Rux at the very top, but I mean it was Saucy that was there below. I mean, like, Rux didn't have the most standout second half of the leaderboard on this one. I didn't see too many phenomenal plays individually. Did have 22 kills. But I don't know if the kills are enough to win you, because obviously Silvern had the kills and didn't win it, right? So I can't classify it there. I voted for our Sova player for play of the game for the last game, but I didn't see as much impact from the Sova player here in this game. So it's a difficult decision.
It's an extremely difficult one, but if we're talking about overall series, I would definitely put Quiz up there. Quiz this round did 22 and 19 for his team, and then in the game number one also put up 17 and 4, both times finishing I think 4th and 3rd in the average combat score, and also provided a lot of great utility for his team. So it might not be the best choice, but it's one that I definitely want to bring to the spotlight as we move into the playoff or in the postseason set of things.
Let's talk about consistency though. Rux dropped 22 kills in both.
I don't know if that's actually what he was going for, but yeah, definitely dropped 22.
Consistency at its finest right there.
Yeah. Absolutely. But again, well played, and I can't wait to see what these guys can bring again. Postseason, drastically different than I feel regular season. Guys bring out their A game all the time, and it's about who can bring out that fire under the team, who can bring out 100% or maybe 101, because that could make all the difference on whether you move up or you go home defeated.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is the last game we have for you, not just tonight, but for the regular season of Valorant before we start heading into the playoffs. And now we got that three-way tie, and maybe a little bit more interesting than people initially, expected. So keep your eye out for that. My name's been Infernosis. You'll see me a lot during the Valorant playoffs. You'll see here Orbital as well. I'm sure lots during the Valorant playoffs as well. Thank you very much for joining me, and we will see you guys in the next one.
Hey man, I just can't